I think it's most women who aren't being raised correctly, and I don't think it's so much of a lack of man. I know for me personally, like you said like you told me, like you asked me the other night, you said, "Who's teaching you how to be a wife?" And I didn't get to respond, but I'm responding now, and I would say that really a lot of what I'm learning about being a wife is from self-help books, like the book that you mentioned, the five love
Mm-hmm.
languages. I actually have that book. Also, different women on YouTube and pages that I follow on Facebook. That's really where I'm learning my advice from, because even a lot of women in
How old
church,
are you?
26.
And Anthony Perkins, you're right. Yeah, I get on men all the time. Okay, so let's assume you get all the information that's out there, all the best information. Okay,
Hmm.
who you practicing on?
Uh, any No one at the moment, but any guy that
See that's see. Let me think about what I just asked you.
uh-huh,
Would you want to be the person somebody practiced on?
no.
Then why do you think the guy wants to be practiced
Well, how do you?
on? But let's think. Hold on. Just think about what I said. I know what you're gonna say. Well, then how do you not do that? But think about what I'm saying. See, what I'm asking women like yourself to do is start to consider men as human beings. You ladies know everything you want. You have your list, your expectations. But men, in effect, are just walking wallets and penises. And to the fact that you don't even really know men to where you can say, I'm learning this, I'm learning that, and I'm reading this, I'm reading that. Yeah, but then there's going to have to be a human being on the other side. And in effect, you're going to be practicing on them. And this is the problem without, this is why when I was talking to the matchmaker, wife school might be good because they could bring people in there to practice on. Because if I were to take you out on a date, I wouldn't want you practicing on me. Because would you want me practicing on you? Oh, I want to, would you want me practicing on you? Think about when we was kids. Unmute yourself. Let's have a conversation. Unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry.
When you were a kid, so were you the one that's still a virgin?
Yes.
All right. So you the one that haven't even kissed anybody.
No, I have.
All right. So how'd you learn French kiss?
I've done that before. Yes.
Hmm. Who'd you practice that with?
Some boy in my neighborhood growing up.
Right. And y'all practiced in your neighborhood. But then when was the first time you actually did it with somebody you wanted to kiss?
Mm, when I was older, like a
Yeah.
teenager.
Do you think he would have wanted to be the one you practiced with?
He was practicing too.
Well, see, the point is a lot of these adult skills, a lot of you ladies don't have them, and then you're going to go out here and practicing on people. These are the guys that, okay, back up. It's not fair. It's not cool. But you're going to have to figure out, remember that there are human beings on the other side. Because all the information you're getting is fine, but you got to get out with and deal and talk to guys. That's who you're going. You need to realize that when you go out with them, they're getting somebody who doesn't really know how to be in a relationship, right?
Well, yes.
So it changed.
Well, I was gonna.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I everything that I learned from books, from watching shows like yours, and from other YouTubers and blogs that I read, I put that stuff in the application whenever I'm talking with the guy. So, like, if we go on a date or something, like, can I give you an example?
Go ahead. Let's find that.
Okay. Okay. So the last date I was on, he was a very nice guy, and I had all these things in my mind that that I've learned, and so I've learned that, one thing to start with is when a guy is talking, you be quiet and you listen and you don't interrupt. And so, I was actively listening to him, and I was aware of um, aware of how I was being, like, when he was talking, how I'm making sure that I'm actively listening, that I'm looking like I'm interested, not looking bored, not, just looking like I'm actively listening, right? And not interrupting him, wait until he's completely finished with his thought.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are things that I have put into application. Um, and so when you say they wouldn't want to be someone to be practiced on, I feel like, if you're going on a date with someone and you want to make it work, you're going to put these things into practice, because what you've been doing in the past hasn't been working. So you're going to try something new.
How old was he?
He was 28.
All right. What I mean by practicing is, um, it's easy to say you're behind in dating. 26 and you still, um, we've already crossed that path. Yes, you're gonna have to practice with somebody, but here's the net of it. Are you trying to save your virginity until you're married?
Yes.
Is this a Christian thing?
Yes.
Then you're gonna need an arranged marriage.
Why? I've never. I don't think so, Kevin.
Okay. Of course, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I'm not
Of course, I
saying,
don't know. Of course. See, I said you're gonna need an arranged marriage. You said you don't think so. Okay. So, how long do you think you should be dating someone from day one, before you guys get married?
I would say 6 months to a year, maybe a year and a half. I
Okay.
don't.
So
Okay.
you expect a man to wait a year and a
Um.
half. Listen, you expect me to wait a year and a half to have sex with you?
Um. I'm actually talking to a guy right now.
That's a yes or no.
Yes.
All right. And in the time I'm waiting for you, you expect me to have sex with no one.
Yes.
Right. Why would I do that?
Well.
Think about
Well, like I.
listen to what I'm about to say. Don't tell me how great a Wonder Woman you are. I'm an attractive, successful, eligible bachelor, the kind of man you would want to marry. So that means that there are a lot of women who would want to date me, right?
Sure.
Why should I have to wait 18 months to have sex with a virgin after I bought you?
Well, because I believe a man of honor and character is going to save himself
Right. That's
for.
not right. And tell me how many of those people exist in Atlanta. See, you're in fantasy world. If
Well,
you believe a man, that's not practical. That's why I said you need an arranged marriage, because you are on the open dating market. Girl, we're in a hookup culture. Do you not realize that I can go on this thing right here and get laid in under 3 hours? Swipe left, swipe right. I don't think you really understand that you're in an open dating market. And you expect a happy, healthy, successful man to meet you, date you, invest a year and a half to get to what, have sex with you for the first time on our wedding night, and in the process not have anybody. That's unrealistic for the way the dating environment is. How to make that happen is you need to go ahead and get an arranged marriage to the church. But here's the thing: you're not gonna get hellified attraction or love. You want it all. You want a man who's going to be everything you want him to be, plus you want to be attracted to him, plus you want him to wait almost 2 years. That's laughable.
no, Kevin, I didn't say 2 years. I said 6 months to maybe a year and a half, but ideally 6 months to a year, because I'm not one of the people who subscribe to think that two people have to be together before they get married years and years.
Ladies,
I
how
don't think
many
it
people
takes
in
that long.
ladies, how many people in the chat room think that this makes sense? That a man is going to meet a woman, and he's not a virgin, she is, and he's going to go completely without sex for the duration of dating her. He's going to ask her to be his wife. He's going to go through the duration of the engagement, not having sex, to wait until marriage. Ladies in the chat room, ladies, if you think this makes any sense, if you think this is likely, ladies, put a 9 in the chat room. Ladies only. If you think it's likely, put a 9 in the chat room. Let's see what the women have to say.
I mean,
The ladies are saying nope, 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 nope. I've not seen 1 9 yet. Zeros, but no 9s. Nope, 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 no Felicia. Nope, 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 nope.
but Kevin, the guy who I'm talking to right now, he says that he actually wants to wait until marriage,
Okay.
even though he's not a virgin.
Okay.
He says that he asked me my beliefs. He asked me my beliefs. He said,
Okay.
"Do you believe in having sex
Right.
before
And
marriage?"
so you plan on, and how long you been dating this guy?
No, we're not dating. We're just
Exactly.
getting to know each other.
Exactly. So what are you talking about? You're counting somebody who's not even you're dating.
No, I'm saying because you said that it's
Okay, you're right.
unrealistic, but
You're
I'm saying
right.
there
You're
are men
right.
out
You're
there
right.
like that.
Look, guys
There
will
are
say,
men like that who exist.
right, right. I don't believe. Here's the thing. You say he's not a virgin,
No, he's not.
but yet he wants to become a second a reborn virgin. See, you don't see you see the reason you should be quiet now and listen is because you're so inexperienced in this and such a novice that you don't seem to understand game. Men will say a lot of things. Girl, please. What I'm telling you is what's out here. But you can believe what you want to. And the problem is really this. People don't wait until the marriage and people don't wait till married to have sex. That's a very old-fashioned notion. I get that that's what you like, but you're in the wrong country and the wrong faith. So I said, if you want to have this happen, you would be better off finding a man who is a virgin, because that would be more likely. And the reason you would find somebody who's a virgin is because this is a spiritual belief. That's why I said an arranged marriage.
But it's in the Bible, Kevin.
All right. And see, again, the black woman pathology, shame, insults, guilt, and here's what we're seeing: the need to be right. So what? It's in the Bible.
I mean, can I tell you? Well, it's called fornication, okay. Kevin.
I don't care.
Fornication. It's a real concept in the Bible.
Again, so what? So is your So is your rebellious nature, and that thing that's behind your teeth, your tongue.
Yeah, but are you saying
no? In the Bible,
changes over time?
See, in the Bible, if we're going to go to the Bible, you should be debating with me, woman. If we're going to talk about the Bible, you should be taming that thing in your mouth, woman.
Kevin, why are you getting so upset?
I'm not upset. I'm just saying, if you want to do the Bible, I'll do the Bible with you. You should not even be debating with me, woman. And that should not be.
But
see.
What about God said no sex before marriage?
Again, woman.
It's called fornication.
Again, woman. If you want to go Bible, you are out of line, woman.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, woman. This is why we are falling right now, because women of your Jezebel spirit is out of line. It's sassy and out of line. This is why Eve went off and did what the hell she wanted to do with the apple when Adam said, "Oh, we ain't supposed to mess with that." Woman, if you want to go Bible, I'll go Bible with you. But I don't think you're going to like the outcome.
I mean, I'm up for the challenge.
Really? What's your role in the world? What's a woman's purpose?
A woman's purpose is to be a helpmeet to her husband.
Right. That's your only purpose. So
yes.
You're not living according to your purpose because you don't have a husband.
That's
your motivating factor in your North Star is to be somebody's wife.
Yes, that's correct.
And he will find that the wife find the good thing, but you're not a wife.
Yet.
No, you're not a wife because you're disagreeable. It's one of the main things about being a wife.
Just because I disagree on this one thing doesn't mean that I have a disagreeable spirit.
You do have and that makes you disagreeable, which makes you unfit for marriage. Means you're not even living according to God's purpose, woman.
That doesn't mean that I don't know the Bible, though.
And you're still over talking me, woman. When I start speaking, woman, you should be quiet because your place is beneath mine, woman.
Kevin.
Woman.
You're playing mind games.
I'm not playing mind games. I know the Bible, woman. So I keep
If you
saying,
knew the Bible,
woman.
you would know what God said about
I
fornication.
know, but I also know what he says about you before we even get to fornication, woman.
Okay, but what do you have
are
to say
not to
about
you are not to
fornication?
lecture or quote. You're not to lecture or talk. You're not even supposed to quote scriptures to me, woman.
Okay, but you're
Woman.
not telling the truth, though.
Woman.
Kevin, you're not telling the
Woman.
truth.
You're not even in the right place, woman.
I mean, whatever you want to say, Kevin, but
No, it's not what I want to say.
the
You want to do
Bible
the
is the
Christian.
Bible, and
You
it
want to do
doesn't
the
change
Christian
over
thing.
time.
You want to do the Christian thing, woman.
I know we live in a hookup culture, but that
It
doesn't
doesn't
change the
matter.
Bible.
You're the one talking about the Bible and Christianity, woman. But listen to your rebellious spirit, woman.
I'm not being rebellious.
Yes, you are, woman.
No.
Yes, you are, woman.
If I
You're
was
not.
rebellious,
So a Christian woman is supposed to argue with a Christian man.
You're not a Christian man because you're not telling the truth about the Bible.
I'm not a Christian man. Oh, really? Now you're bearing false.
No, you're not.
Excuse me. Now you're bearing false witness. Are you actually? Now be careful with
You're bearing
hold
false
on,
witness,
woman.
but
Hold on,
addressing
woman,
what it
because
says
now
in
I'm
the
about to
Bible.
get ignorant with you. Are you gonna actually tell me I'm not a Christian?
I am saying that if you are a Christian,
All right,
you're
ma'am.
not
I'm going to
living
bid
right.
you. I'm going to bid you good night. This is why so much is wrong with the black church. Women like her really believe they are Christians and really believe this stuff that they're saying. This is why This is why men have fled the church. Right. This is why you will never marry. You're as cute as you're a waste of pretty. Have a good night. There we go.
Wow. What a crazy episode. This Christian woman came in and for a second I really thought she was an NPC. She's a Christian woman coming in here trying to tell another man, Christian man, that he's wrong and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, what Kevin was trying to get her to understand is if you actually read the Bible, your job is to make sure you cater and you submit to a man. You get married. But it just goes to show that women like this read the Bible, interpret it in the way they interpret it, and then go out into the world pushing it. Even when it's clear as day, they're still trying to sit there and push their own narrative. Now, she kept talking about the fornication part. Kevin has already acknowledged that. Yes, I hear what you're saying, but men are still out there doing other things. The likelihood that you are going to find a man that's going to be those type of standards that you're looking for is going to be very rare. And if you don't find it, you will have to get into an arranged marriage or go and get into a church and let the church help you. So for anyone that's going to sit there and disagree and say, oh, well, Kevin, why are you making it seem like a virgin woman couldn't go out there and get it and go out there and get a good man? It will be very unlikely that she will. And if she does, she's going to have to get the help. That is exactly what he said. But I already know the type of ignorant people that are going to come on this video, see this, and say this is another black man pulling down another black woman. When he's sitting there giving her solid, sound advice that is going to give her exactly what she wants. When she hears that piece of information, she disagrees. Not only does she disagree, she's then calling this man out of his of basically his name, saying you're not a Christian, calling him out of his character, saying you're not a Christian because you're not agreeing with me on this one specific thing, in which he did actually, which is the funny part. Straight manipulation. Even pushing the Bible as hard as she is, being a straight manipulator, it's actually insane.
And I don't want
Hi.
to see any more broken home. Hello,
Hi. Can you hear me better now?
I can. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
So your name is Dakota?
Yes.
Are you north or are you south? Which one are you?
That's good. That's funny. I've never heard that joke before,
Of
but
course you
I would
haven't.
say
So how many kids do you have?
I have two.
Were you married?
I was.
Okay. And how long are you divorced?
I am.
How long you been divorced?
4 years.
Okay. So what's your question?
My question was I just wondered if it would just be better for me just to simply wait until my daughters were older
Well,
to date
well,
and, just to explore because I have dated and interestingly enough, the the men that I've met, they're usually older,
mhm,
they're stable,
mhm.
they have, some of them have lived at least two lives,
Mhm.
and that's fine because I'm 40, so that's to be
You're
expected.
how old?
I'm 40,
How old is your youngest daughter?
9,
How old is your oldest daughter?
12.
See, here's the issue with
Yeah. So what I was gonna, are you done
well, I
talking?
mean, if you met a guy that you were fond of and he was fond of you, where's their father?
Oh, he's in their life. He's
But would he
he
want would you or him be all right with a man in the house with two teenage girls in development?
I haven't had a conversation with him about that
Your
specific.
ex-husband?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him specifically about that because I haven't
What do you think
gotten.
he would say?
I don't know actually, to be honest. I don't know. He has somewhat of a passive personality.
Right. Is he very protective of his daughters?
No. Well, you know what? I don't know yet because I haven't really seen had a situation where where he had to be.
Well,
They're still very
are you guys
young.
co-parenting successfully?
Yeah.
How often do you interact with him?
Um, a couple of times a week. That's how often he gets something.
When's the last time you guys actually, you know,
Probably back in I don't know, 2013, years ago.
there's the last time you had him?
The last time I slept with him, yes.
That's the last time you got these, really, 2013?
2013,
Seven,
yeah.
7 years ago is the last time you scratched that itch?
More like probably like 6. I would say 2014 because that was the end. So
Right. So, and who have you been seeing since then?
I've just dated, but I think I've been
Okay, ma'am, you're
I think
40. 6 years ago was 34. Woman's sexual prime is 35. Come on now.
what's your question again?
Who are you hooking up with?
Who?
Because if it wasn't your ex-husband, that's okay. But you haven't had any long-term relationships.
No,
You've been in
because
in your sexual prime. Look, I've had my fair share of experience, and come on, sis. That's all I'm trying to understand is. What I'm trying to understand is how close you guys are, and how realistic you're willing to be. If you're saying you haven't hooked up with him for 6 years, okay. But you say you see him every couple of weeks.
I see him every few days. That's how often he gets his
Every
kids.
few days. Does he have a wife
Mhm.
or a girlfriend?
No.
All right. So, um, it is. Are you guys still attracted to one another?
I am not attracted to him.
Has he changed physically?
As in how he looks?
Yes.
I mean, he's cut his hair and
Okay.
everything.
Okay. So we
But
keep on moving. We keep on moving. And the net of it is this. A man that involved with his daughters has a comfortable relationship with his ex-wife, and he knows that you have not had a history of being out there on the wild side with
Well,
me.
he knows I date,
Date,
but I mean,
date
I
is
don't.
one thing, but nobody staying over.
Oh, no. I have daughters here. Absolutely
That's
not.
what
No.
I'm getting. That's what I'm saying. Your ex-husband knows that you aren't gonna have men in the house with his daughters.
No, absolutely not.
But that would change, and that question is, how would he react if he felt like that was going to start happening?
He might actually feel some kind of way about
Of
that.
course he would.
You all right?
So, this is why I often say to women, why did you guys get divorced?
Over money. He doesn't keep a job, so it became very difficult financially. I'm talking foreclosure, bankruptcy, all that type of stuff, you name it. So it was just difficult.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, he doesn't keep a job. All right. But he's active in his daughter's life, even post-divorce.
Yes.
So, are you living at your means now?
I'm sorry, say that
Are
question
you living
again.
at your means now?
At my means, as in if I can afford my lifestyle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been foreclosed or anything like that post-divorce?
No.
Then do you make room for the possibility that maybe you guys are living outside of your means? Because the picture you've painted is of a man who, after divorce, is around every couple of days. That is a hell of a consistent man after a divorce of how many years? 4?
Yeah.
Right. And he's over there 3 times a week. 52 weeks out of a year, he's over there almost as much, more than a lot of. Come on, man. You divorced him over money. That's a petty thing to divorce over.
Well, he doesn't work.
Oh,
Am I
okay.
supposed to take care
Okay.
of him?
So you're basically saying the measure of your man is money.
The measure of my man is can he provide for his family?
Well, okay. Now, when you got married, did you tell him you expected him to pay all the bills? Did y'all have that conversation?
I never told him I expected him to pay.
Oh, okay.
I didn't tell him that.
But he's a good father. Yes or no?
He's a good father. Yes, he
Okay,
does
well,
love
okay. So
me, look at
I gotta
children.
ask you, Miss Dakota, what's more important for your daughters?
You mean
What's
their
more important
relationship,
for your daughters, a paycheck or a good father?
them having a roof over their
Oh
head?
no, you got the roof covered.
Oh, so I'm supposed to take care of the children and a grown man.
Oh well, see
Okay.
that. See.
Okay.
Here's the thing. See,
Okay.
okay, no, don't get
That's
into it
fair.
with me. Well, what I'm saying is you're doing it already, and you ain't got no man.
Well, I'm not taking care of a man. I take
And
care
you
of the
gotta no.
children.
See those vows you took didn't say you can leave because of money issues. See, we have too many of our sisters that treat black men as though, if you ain't paying all the bills, that's why I start putting that question out there, letting black men know. You better understand that black women will never come out and say it, but they expect you to pay everything. And if you don't, they'll leave you. Doesn't matter how good of a man you are, how good of a father you are, they will leave. Now, the funny thing is, you basically painted the picture of a man who has damn good character, but you throw him away because he ain't paying no bills. But the funny thing is, are you working any less hard than you would be if he was there?
Am I working?
Are you
even
working
harder?
yeah. If he was there, would you still have to do what you're doing? You still have to go to work.
Yes.
All right.
I,
So him
yeah.
not being there is not a net gain for you. It's a
Okay.
loss. You don't have a man in the house or any help.
Okay.
Look, you're a grown woman, right? I mean, let's be honest.
I
You
am.
still are working, paying, but you are saying it like I'm supposed to take care of a grown man. Well, would you rather? So a man is nothing but a check. He's
It's
supposed to
not
pay the
about.
bills, ma'am. It sounds like it or not. I get what you want, but what you got is what you got. You married the man. You got kids. He's a good father, but you prioritize money, so you divorced him over money. And here's the net. Why is all this coming to? Why is it going to come to bear? When you talk about dating and people start getting into your history with your ex, and this comes out, when this comes out, the guys who are worth a damn, they're gonna be like, oh, no, 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 no. They're gonna be like, nah, this woman left her husband because of money. So that's cool. Did you gain any weight in the marriage? So,
No.
and that's the thing. And as long as you're cool with being judged that way, because let's say if you were to go off and get married or find somebody, he could. I hope you're all right with being left the same way because of a younger woman gaining weight or whatever. But you haven't said the man's a bad man. But I get it. I'm not telling you to take care of a grown man, but I'm telling you right now, you don't sound like you're doing nothing else. Sound like you were better off married. Something in your ego wouldn't allow you to take care of no grown man. I feel you.
Mm,
I hear
okay.
you. But I gotta ask you, Dakota, were your daughters happier with daddy in the house?
They're always happy. I mean,
No, ma'am. That is
there
a
has.
disingenuous answer. See, we were doing good until you did that.
What did I do?
I asked you a direct question. Were your daughters happier with daddy in the house?
Yeah.
And you would not give that man credit. You deflected. See, that's so petty. That wasn't about your daughters. That was all about you.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Um. So, do you think that in a marriage, so you know how you were getting ready to ask me if I gained weight or, whatever other questions you were going to ask me. Um, I'm just trying to get my words right. So, I guess because there's a part of me that does feel like, okay, because when it comes to a woman, a wife, if she gets to changing and she gains weight, or if there's not enough sex and things after the children, if anything in her mood changes after she becomes a mother, if she changes in any way for the worse, and then he makes a choice to step out or leave or not do anything, I mean, is that okay? Because sometimes I feel like if a man changes and he's not on top of his responsibility, I feel like, particularly as a Black woman, that we're supposed to just normalize the dysfunction and just kind of go with it, even if you're in jeopardy of losing your home, or
Is this a question?
I mean,
No. See, what I allowed you to do, ma'am, is I allowed you to talk it all out, and you're starting to have a moral conflict with your own argument.
You think so?
Oh yeah, I'm good at what I do.
Okay.
I'm good at what I do. I let you get it all out because what you're having to say. Well, see, what you couldn't say is none of that happened. You're giving me a hypothetical, and I'm going to ask.
Well,
No, I'll let you.
I didn't
Hold
say
on,
you
ma'am.
ever.
I'll let you speak for 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Oh, okay.
None of that happened in your relationship. So hypotheticals don't matter to your individual situation. Let's just put it on the wood.
Okay.
Your ego cannot handle a man who's not paying the bills. That's it. So for
I never
that, you broke
say
your.
all.
No, I'm still going. That's it. It's not about character. It's not about family. It's not about the children's happiness. It's about your ego not being able to accept the fact that this man is under earning. That's it. It's not as though you said this man was a lazy, good for nothing, shiftless dude sitting here playing Madden all day. He's an active, good father. There are women. Come back and look at the chat room and see what women are saying. I'm not looking, but I can pretty well guess what the women who watch this platform are saying. Oh my God, sis, basically you have put money, and I'm going to say this: you ain't rich. It's a very petty thing you divorce for, and see that's what this whole COVID pandemic thing has kind of helped Black people realize that all this shit that so many of our sisters have, people have valued, can be taken like that, and all you got is family. All you got is each other. And what you're looking at is a man that you divorced over money who's still doing what he should be doing. See, if he would have, you divorced him over money and he just said, fuck it, I'm not going to do anything, then you'd have had a case. I divorced him over money and he ain't done nothing for his daughters. No, he's still over here two, three times a week. He's active as ever.
When you say active, can you define active?
I'm defining what you said.
No, what do you think active means? I
Active
never.
is you have sole physical custody, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he has every other weekend. That's what he has. So being over there every other day is outside of his custody arrangement. It's helping you. He only gets every other weekend. But he is extremely active according to the law. You are getting, if you need to do anything, all you gotta do is pick up a phone and say, "Hey, dude, come over here," and he's there like that because he's still in his daughter's life. Ma'am, this was I would tell you this. Good luck trying to date any man with any character and telling this story. It doesn't sound really good, ma'am. You divorced him over petty money reasons.
You think it's petty?
Yes, I do, because, ma'am, your ass is still getting up having to work. All you don't have is a man.
Okay. Well, I would like a man who works. So.
Well, good. What would your daughters like?
Okay.
What would your daughters like?
They would like a father.
No, they would like, no, they would like, no, don't get, that's bullshit. See, now you want to go there, that's little, they want their father.
Exactly.
They want their father. And they would like their mother not to have divorced their father over petty freaking reasons.
But here's the thing, though. Do you think that as they get older, that they're
going to do, no, what I think is going to happen is they get older, they're going to resent the hell out of you. They're going to resent, you want to hear? I think they're going to resent the absolute fuck out of you because their father is showing up on Tuesday and Thursday. He's there he's doing the hard work. See, many women complain of high value men of just being a check and not being there. You got the whole goddamn man even afterwards, and you're too fucking blind to see it. You took their father out of the household for a little bit of money, for a little bit of money, for a little bit of money. You're not rich for a little bit of money, and you didn't discuss this up front, ma'am. You didn't go into it saying, "Hey, man, I need you to carry all the bills. You need to pay all this stuff." You did this afterwards. Good for you. Get the fuck off my phone. I cannot stand women like you.
Well, this episode was just insane. This woman comes into the situation trying to blame the man. But when you really unpeel it, when you really peel back the layers, you would see that this man, let's say he couldn't keep a job. He was doing everything else he possibly could. And then I really sit here and I really doubt the fact that this man just had no job for years on end. I refuse to believe that. That's not necessarily what she said, but what she said was he couldn't keep a job. So that means that he was still consistently even trying. So this man, an active father, someone who's there every other day after the divorce, is sitting here getting told a lie on him in front of thousands of people like this man is a deadbeat. And again, like Kevin said, a lot of people complain that the fathers are never there with the money. The men that have the money, that's all they do is just provide the money. They're not there. They're not seeing them, not taking them places. They're not showing them love, life experience, giving them life experiences, teaching discipline to them. This man is there, still active. But let this woman tell it, this man is nothing. Then she wanted to sit there again, flip it back onto the man and say, well, if he starts having these little problems, shouldn't like a black woman do something about it and not have to sit up there and put up with it? Well, let me tell you what you did put up with. The fact that you now have a broken family. You now have daughters that are going to grow up and say, my parents were divorced. I lived in a single household. But the fact that my father was there every single day or every other day is what's going to be alarming to people. And you see, you can do this for a while. But as your daughters get older, they will learn. They will understand. They will know the truth. And now this woman is divorced, 2 kids, back on the market, has to pay all her bills. Before, if she just had to cover a bill or 2 or 3 because he couldn't keep a job, now she has to cover all of them. So women need to start being more practical. Am I going to weather this storm and stay in my marriage, and then hopefully at the end of it, great outcomes come because I did marry this man and gave vows? Or you could be another statistic that pays all the bills and everything that she didn't want to do, she has to do now. Make that make sense. I want to.
Hello? I can. What do you got for me?
Divorced, married. So I've been married for 11 years. I'm 32 now. We got married when I was 19 and a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he was 24. And it was my call. I'm the one who left him. And I'm just wondering, is that the same for me to get a high value man? Would it be the same? Or does that put us on the same boat?
Well,
In
in general, no, because men in general separate women who had children as a result of a legal marriage versus women who had children in a non-traditional way, i.e. baby mama, non-state sponsored marriage, spiritual union, whatever. Men are very processed. So if you're saying you had a legal marriage,
Right.
and you burst a marital certificate, dissolution, then you are in a different category from the
Okay.
start.
Okay.
But then it does definitely come down to the amount of children, the age of the children, the the overall disposition. How do these kids act? Where the ex-husband is? Because a man is gonna, he may see you and say, I want to date you. You say you're 32, right?
Right, I am.
So that puts you as a young, not an old woman, but you're not a young woman. That puts you firmly in, you're a woman. So a guy can say, man, and he meets you, but when they get, after they start to get to know you, all that stuff is out there. 1, 2 kids and an ex-husband. A man has to factor that in. So you mentioned specifically a high value husband. Now that is where it becomes tricky. So I gotta
Okay,
ask.
so basically he had pursued his PhD. He was in school the whole time. He was already pursuing his master's when he was 24. And then he got his postgrad and just kept on climbing the ladder. And I have a bachelor's, so we both were in the education field. And he comes from, pretty
But why? But
decent.
why would you want? But why would you want a high value man?
That is literally, I wanted a high value man when I was younger,
Okay.
got one. And then when I realized that in terms of relationship and compatibility wasn't working or it wasn't healthy for the children, I decided that I wanted 2 broken happy homes instead of 1 broken.
Let me explain something real quick.
Right.
Hold on. Let me explain something very close. Just because your ex-husband has a PhD does not make him a high value man.
Okay.
I have very specific dimensions. It has nothing. High value man is not men that women tend to run from, they run to.
Okay.
So he may be educated, that's fine. But that does, and being 24, it's hard for a guy to truly be high value in his 20s. There's a certain amount of maturity and gravitas that comes along with it. So maybe he was just educated and had earning potential. But
You mean when I first married him, or are you talking about right now?
well, that's all he had in the 24.
Yeah.
He didn't make it himself. But
Right.
but you asked the question, how does it affect your opportunities with high value men, meaning in the present? Are you
Right.
still trying to get high value men?
Yes.
All right. So let me explain what a high value man is as far as I define it. A high value man is a man who meets a certain income threshold. The baseline is like $10,000 a month in Atlanta dollars and Dallas dollars. You have to adjust for whatever city you're in. He's making that money for at least about 5 years. 3 years where he's scratching the surface. That person also, other high value men look at him as a peer. He has group acceptance. He also has a network of other high value men as contacts and other people. Because you can't be high value and like a loner. Meaning he also has visibility, meaning people kind of understand who he is, what he does. So you don't have to just say, I'm an entrepreneur. That's vague. And then last, he's useful, utility. He's useful to himself, others, and the group. He's not just a loner hoarding his stuff. So now, that's the basic stuff. Now, there may be other things on top of that. There may be morals, principles, values that are different, but that's in general. But I got to ask you, are you talking about marrying a man of a certain income range because you want to have a certain lifestyle?
Yes, I want it to be equal to how I've been living, but I do value a good character and a person with a great foundation,
Okay, that's fine.
primarily.
But what do you mean how you currently been living?
In terms of, I want it to be more upper class. Like we've been living pretty well all those years.
Okay.
So
Do you want to have any more children?
I would say either no, like I would be fine with not having any more children, or I would have one more and I'd be okay
So
with that.
do you want to have to work to pay significant bills?
Yeah, I've done both, so I'm comfortable with both as well.
I'm saying, what do you want?
I mean, right now, I'm a businesswoman. Like I launched my own business, but I was teaching.
Do you
in
want
the
to have to
education.
work to pay significant bills? Meaning, do you want the responsibility of paying a significant portion of the mortgage, utilities, retirement, all that stuff?
No,
All right. So you want him to carry the financial load.
right.
All right. So you want to be a 32-year-old divorcee with 2
Mhm.
kids and you want to marry a man that has to carry the bulk of the financial load for you,
That has the ability, sorry, the ability.
the ability.
Yeah, I want him to have, I
Okay,
don't want
ma'am,
to
you
have
can't
to,
pay, ma'am, let's cut to the chase. You cannot pay the mortgage on freaking ability. So you want potential. How do you
exactly,
eat?
yes, that's
Okay,
it.
ma'am, then okay, so how do you put a potential meal in front of your children?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be bullshit, man, but I want to get to the, because see, what you're giving me is
Yeah.
what you're giving me is a bunch of stuff that's leading towards spirituality and mysticism. And I'm getting very real. When you put a
It
plate in front of
really,
listen,
okay.
you put a plate in front of your kids, does that has potential mashed potatoes, potential chicken, potential vegetables? Or do you want real
No,
chicken?
no.
All right. So you want a man that brings real economic resources to carry the burden of the financial load. That's what you said.
Yes.
All right. So ask yourself a question. What is he going to get for that? Because you don't even want to have any additional kids. What's he going to get from you and
No,
two kids?
what I said was that I would not be against having one more, but I also wouldn't be against not having, because I have a boy and a girl, 7 and
Okay,
10.
man, but that's you. See, see what I'm trying
No,
to
but
get
I'm
to.
not,
Listen,
I'm not,
don't overtalk me, ma'am. No,
okay,
I hear very
okay.
well.
No, I'm
Do not
obviously
overtalk
not trying to
me.
be rude.
Do
I'm
not
not trying to be
overtalk me.
rude.
Do you not hear? Please don't overtalk me.
I apologize, sir.
You have a son and a daughter,
Yes.
but you want a man who has the ability to put you in an upper middle class life to where he can be responsible to pay the bulk of everything, so you are not ultimately responsible for a significant portion of any of it. And what I'm saying is at best he's going to get possibly one kid out of it, but he has the responsibility for a wife and two children from another man. That's a bad deal.
Mm.
I don't care how nice your kids are, how well mannered they are. He has all the responsibilities of a man with a wife and three kids, and at best he can get one. And you are really hesitant on that one. It's like I'll give him one, but I really rather it not anything. So here's basically what you're saying. I want you to come take care of me and my prince and my prince and my princess, and put us up in a nice middle class, upper middle class lifestyle, and provide for us, and we'll let you provide for us. Huh?
I'm willing to compromise. So what it
Compromise on
comes
what?
down is,
Okay, man.
I'm willing to, if he had, if I don't know if I could speak, but if he was, I'm willing to, like, I'm a communicator, so I would love to, I'm not going to take and take. If we had the conversation where he said, this is what my standards are, I would say, well, these are my standards, and then we would have a middle ground. So me
Okay, but hold
making
on.
money.
Okay, ma'am. That's
Yeah.
not. Oh, no. That's not compromise. Okay, compromise is okay. Compromise meaning he wants to go left, you want to go right. You say instead, let's go this way. But see, what's not compromise is who has to pay the financial responsibility.
Right. I guess I'm just used to, I guess I got used to, my money is your money and your money is your money, even
Who
though
did?
I
Okay,
did
who did
spend,
that though?
yeah,
Ma'am, who did
yeah.
that? My money is your money.
Oh, it comes from, my ex-husband did that, but it also comes from my religious background, and the men that I do date are only of that religious background, so they also understand that concept.
What? Muslim? Islam?
Yeah.
All right, but okay. Whoa, are you talking about true Islam or Nation of Islam?
No, not Nation of Islam.
All right, then also, this conversation really shouldn't be that complicated because the women I understand that are Muslim are very much know their roles. So it sounds like you have some Western Islam.
Yeah, so he was American, and I'm
But I'm
East
talking about
African.
you.
So yeah, I'm East African, I'm Canadian
Yeah,
and
of course.
American.
So basically, hey,
Yeah.
so here's what basically you're saying. The
Mhm.
man I married and divorced provided me a certain kind of lifestyle. but he
Right.
got the benefit of my womb, and I produced 2 children for him. I want you to pick up where he left off financially, but I'm not going to give you any of the shit that I gave you. I gave him my youth, my womb, and 2 children. You get nothing but the extension of the bill.
Wow.
Good luck with that. I don't care how cute you are and how many times you pray. I don't know how many times a day you pray.
No, that's
That's
real
very
talk.
Western. That's very Western.
Right. Wow. Then what kind
Is
of
this your picture?
conversation?
Is
What
this your
kind of
picture?
conversation
Is
should I
that
be
your picture?
having?
Is this your picture on Zoom?
Yes, it is.
How long ago did you take the picture?
About a few months ago. It's on my
2 months ago.
Instagram page.
Okay, so if you look like Gabrielle Sidibe, Precious, would you be asking for what you're asking for?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're mortgaging your pretty. But see, the thing is, your pretty is used. No offense, no
Right.
offense, ma'am. Your pretty is used. Your pretty has high miles. There's a nice body on the car, but the motor has 300,000 miles and 2 kids. Will your new husband be able to discipline those children like his own?
Wow. Yeah. So I
Oh, he-
dated a guy, and it's already aligning with what you're saying. He talked a good game, and was speaking as if it was almost like a dream-like world. And I'm a realist, so I'm not against your brutal honesty. I actually love it. I right away understood that this was a dream that he was setting me. This is selling me. This is on marketing. This is not something that is going to be real.
Yeah, he was trying to get them skins.
Right, and that is something I don't do until like marriage, which I did with my ex. So it's yeah.
Whoa.
Totally.
You saying, hold on. Did you say you won't have sex until you're married?
Yeah, I'm basically a celibate. after my
Oh, so even better. Even better. I gotta marry you and pay full freight plus 2 kids. Let me go ahead and give you the preemptive taps. There ain't that much fucking pretty in the world, man.
Right. I'm trying to be moral. I just don't want to have a baby.
No, you're not trying to be moral. You're trying to be a man. You're trying to set demands like you are
Oh, no,
somebody.
no. I've been like this my whole life.
All right,
honestly
ma'am.
don't
Then
want
you
any
should have
slip up.
stayed with. If you're going to have these high demands, you should have stayed with your husband.
Yeah, no, I wanted peace of mind.
Okay, well then you got peace of mind, and you'll die alone by a dog because this is the open market. They don't have to care about your God.
If I do get married, I will Zoom you again and
Well,
make sure that
no. You won't. I would tell you this: you won't get married to a man the caliber you talking about. I would bet a lot on that because the men that you're talking about don't have to take a 32-year-old woman who ain't gonna have sex with them until they until they're legally married, and then know that at best they might get 1 kid out of it. Why would I do that? Why would they do that when in your religion they can go get a young woman with no
they
children?
do that in my religion all
Excuse
the time,
me,
though.
why would they do that and they can go get a woman with no children? And they can have multiple children. See, what it is, man, is unfortunately, you left your husband, right?
Yeah.
Where in Islam are you allowed to leave your husband?
Yeah, we are allowed. There's conditions.
Right, I know. And with those conditions met,
Yeah, not in terms of emotions, no.
well, then so the divorce decree, the dissolution of marriage was for what reason?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The divorce decree was for what reason?
I mean, we did fall in love, so we.
No, ma'am. In Islam, okay, for the Muslim, if you're telling me for the Muslim men I know, women in Islamic countries don't file for divorce. That's a
I
Western
actually
thing.
lived overseas in Saudi Arabia for 4 years.
Exactly. So you want exactly. So again, what I'm getting at, ma'am, is thank you for see, Western women and women in general, but especially in the West, you have the uncanny ability to try to use everything to your advantage. I'm a Muslim when it fits me, but I'm Western when it suits me. See,
How's that?
you file for divorce from your husband, but if you were in Saudi, could you have left your husband on the grounds you left him here?
Yeah, so that's what my point was. When I was overseas, there were Saudi women that were having a tough time getting out of that because of their culture, not because of the religion. In our religion, yes, you can
Well,
file for
good
divorce.
luck. I'll put it to you this way, ma'am.
It's the
You
lack
sound like,
of
I'll put it to you this way,
knowledge in
ma'am.
the
You
religion.
sound, first off, I'll tell you this, ma'am. Um, you may be a lovely, fun person, but as dominant as you sound like a whole headache. And you may be
I
Muslim.
just think you don't understand the religion, and that's
Well,
what you call me
but I
bumpers.
do understand.
That's
But I do
probably my
understand.
first flaw.
I do understand a bullheaded woman when I hear one. That's why I've had to mute you. Ain't nothing Islamic sounding about you. You sound just like any old Western feminist to me.
That is 1,000% the truth. This is just one of those golden episodes you find. A woman coming into the fray thinking that the next man is going to wait until marriage in order to sleep with her. But also, she's coming out of that with 2 children. And then I know a lot of people are going to say, well, guess what? She actually did it the correct way. Yeah, she was married, she had children. So effectively, she's just a single mother. She's not a baby mama, right? And that would be true. But it's everything else that then comes with that. She wants a man making a great amount of money a year. Then she wants that man to then wait till marriage. Then she has 2 children already, and she's in her 30s. Now, let's just pose the simple question, right? Why would a man that has to make that much money, wants children, obviously wants to engage in intercourse, why would he wait until marriage and wait until wait until marriage, get with a mom with 2 children, and then she's 30. What's the point of that? Why would he do it? Give him a good enough reason. Because when he weighs out his options, he can either go with that, or he can go with a woman that is much younger, no children, doesn't believe what she believes in, and he'll also have the possibility of having children, not just one but multiple. And when women come to men with these deals, they really believe they're giving them something that they want. But in all reality, you're just banking off of your looks, and you're banking off of your quote unquote personality. When those are two things, the looks may be important, but the personality, it's not really cared for like that. It could be switched out. But also when the circumstances when the bad circumstances seem to outweigh the good in you, men aren't going to do it. They're not going to be attracted to that. So this woman wants to come in, rich man, he has to accept the kids, wait until marriage, and his money is my money. Yeah, it just looks like you're looking for a meal ticket. And no man making that amount of money is going to want to be with that. He could just go with the woman without any of the hassle or any of the major problems, stipulations that's going to come with this woman. When you come in with a deal, and at least make sure the deal sounds intriguing before a man is going to accept that. But please, everyone, let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. Make sure you guys like and subscribe if you guys haven't already. And turn on post notifications so you will be alerted when we upload more videos just like this one. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. Today we are going to react to a Kevin Samuels video. Before we get into it, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I'll be saving my commentary for the end of the video, so stay tuned for that.
Hi, Kevin.
You called in the other day.
Yes, I did. Hi.
How are you? Where are you calling from?
Georgia, Atlanta.
Okay, what you got for me?
Okay. So, I agree with you that I think it's most women who aren't being raised correctly, and I don't think it's so much of a lack of man. I know for me personally, like you said, like you told me, like you asked me the other night, you said, who's teaching you how to be a wife? And I didn't get to respond, but I'm responding now, and I would say that really a lot of what I'm learning about being a wife is from self-help books, like the book that you mentioned, the five love languages. I actually have that book. Also, different women on YouTube and pages that I follow on Facebook. That's really where I'm learning my advice from, because even a lot of women in church.
How old are you?
26.
And Anthony Perkins, you're right. Yeah, I get on men all the time. Okay, so let's assume you get all the information that's out there, all the best information. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
who you practicing on?
No one at the moment, but any guy that
See. Let me think about what I just asked you.
uh-huh.
Would you want to be the person somebody practiced on?
No.
Then why do you think the guy must be practiced on?
Well, how do you?
Hold on. Just think about what I said. I know what you're gonna say. Well, then how do you not do that? But think about what I'm saying. See, what I'm asking women like yourself to do is start to consider men as human beings. You ladies know everything you want. You have your list, your expectations. But men, in effect, are just walking wallets and penises.
Something unusual.
And to the fact that you don't even really know men to where you can say, I'm learning this, I'm learning that, and I'm reading this and reading that. Yeah, but then there's going to have to be a human being on the other side. And in effect, you're going to be practicing on them. And this is the problem this is why when I was talking to the matchmaker, wife school might be good, because they could bring people in there to practice on. Because if I were to take you out on a date, I wouldn't want you practicing on me. Because would you want me practicing on you? Oh, would you want me practicing on you? Think about when we was kids. Unmute yourself. Let's have a conversation. Unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry.
When you were a kid, so were you the one that's still a virgin?
Yes.
All right. So you're the one that haven't even kissed anybody.
No, I have.
All right. So how'd you learn French kiss?
I've done that before. Yes.
Who'd you practice that with?
Some boy in my neighborhood growing up.
Right. And y'all practiced in your neighborhood. But then when was the first time you actually did it with somebody you wanted to kiss?
When I was older, like a teenager.
Do you think he would have wanted to be the one you practiced with?
He was practicing too.
See, the point is, a lot of these adult skills, a lot of you ladies don't have them, and then you want to go out here and practicing on people. These are the guys.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Can I not be on? Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Can I not be on camera?
No.
Well, it's fine. It's fine.
You gotta be on Instagram.
Hi.
How old are you?
I am 37.
All right. What's the question or the comment?
Your question was, I don't know. I was married and divorced. I didn't hold out, but I wouldn't say that I'm holding out today. I just, after listening to you, I don't see any hope in anything.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like my market value is not as high as it used to be prior to marriage. I have 2 children. I'm
It's
divorced.
not as high as it used to be?
Yeah,
Well, that's, I mean, anything that ages and gets used decreases. So, I mean, that's expected though, right?
correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Expected though. So
Huh? What'd you say?
I said divorce wasn't expected. So I wasn't, planning on the decline. But I guess I'm a party of one now, and I don't know like how it works or what
Who filed for divorce?
my husband did,
Why'd you guys split?
because I didn't know how to be a wife.
Okay,
I wasn't taught.
okay. So is that a more accurate reason why you feel like there's no hope?
Yeah.
So it's not the declining sexual marketplace value or the divorce, it's you.
I think it's a combination. I mean, now that I'm learning, I've learned a lot since the divorce.
Mhm.
I feel like with the knowledge that I have, I don't know if there's anything out there that would accommodate
Anything out there that what?
anything that would accommodate my situation. I mean, who wants to take care of someone else's kids and,
Is your ex-husband married?
no, probably watching.
Then why not go back to him?
I've tried. He doesn't.
Why do you think that is?
I don't think he's seen a change in me.
What's the name of your therapist?
Kevin Samuels. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have one.
You know what that is?
What's that?
The world's smallest violin playing My Heart Bleeds for you. I mean, what do you want us to say, man? I mean, you're married. You honest and said he divorced me because I didn't know how to be a husband. But then you go to the market and say, I don't think there's any hope because of declining sexual marketplace value. That happens for everybody, for all women in particular. It doesn't necessarily happen for all men, but yeah, our value decreases too. But then you don't know about who will accommodate your situation. Yeah, the man you started your situation with. But why doesn't he want you back? Because you ain't done nothing.
I wouldn't say that. I have gone to therapy. I have not in active therapy, but
What's the longest continuous time you've been in therapy?
so during the marriage, closest to the divorce, I was in therapy for the last 2 years trying to, rectify the marriage.
No, you one-on-one by yourself.
I was alone with that. I was alone in that.
So when you were in your marriage,
Correct.
you were in therapy by yourself?
Correct. When I thought things were going, hectic, I knew that I was doing wrong. I knew that I had a part to play, and I sought therapy. And the therapist kept telling me to get a divorce, and I didn't like that. Yeah,
Was your therapist male or female?
a female. Yeah. So to the church. I went to the church after that and sought therapy through counsel through the church, through ministerial counsel and stuff.
Uh-huh.
That worked out a little better, but by then it was just too late. I didn't actually, go through with full therapy. Had already too much water was under the bridge, and it was already over.
What do you mean it was already over?
I guess he had already had enough of everything. I mean, I stayed home with the boys. I raised the kids. I did the
What did he want you to do?
Shut up.
Why didn't you do that?
Honestly, hindsight is 2020. I don't know why I didn't do that. At the time, I didn't know why. I mean, now looking back, I was stupid. I was angry. I didn't read all the stuff that I read now, and I've been like hooked on Shahrazad Ali for the last 5 years, and you and a lot of other, people that talk about these types of things and the anger inside of us at times that we get from our moms and their anger. So I learned a lot, but when it was time to get him back, I mean, it's been too long. It's been 5 years. He's in and out of different relationships, and then of course the divorce battle, right? That was
But
a problem.
is it he's gone on, or you haven't done enough work?
I maybe both, but I've been trying. I mean, it's been 5 years. I've been moved on, and the thing is, I'm scared of the market, right? So I'm scared to. I haven't gone back because I don't think that there's anything out there. I believe in marriage. I believe in the
Well,
oneness.
the market's out there. The market's out there, but the market's going to ask the same questions I'm asking.
I don't know.
What did you think you were going to get? When you're in your marriage and being the way you were, what were you fighting for?
You know what? I don't know. I just saw my mom do it. I did what I saw her do.
Your mom was married?
No, she just fought with all of her boyfriends and fought with us. And
Who has custody of the boys?
I do.
How old is the youngest?
8.
How often did they see their father?
Not often at all.
Why?
He says he's not financially stable to see them or take them because I take all his money after the divorce. So he blames me for that. But I ask, I beg him.
Hold on.
I mean, he doesn't.
What state are you in?
Pennsylvania,
You get child support?
I do.
Cut off the child support.
How will I be able to help take care of the kids?
See?
I need that.
Okay, cut off the child support and have actual joint custody with your ex-husband. Straight up joint. 3.5 days with you, or 4 days with you, 3 days with him, 3 days with you, 4 days with him. No child support. Listen. That would send a damn sure close signal that you're on trying to actually do something different. It would also give your boys more time with the man they need to be with, their father. If he's saying the money is draining him, well, man, cut the child support off. Move in good faith. How will it hurt your boys if you cut child support and you actually have joint physical custody with their father? So where now the reason for the money is gone because he has to pay for them when they're with him. You have to pay for them when they're with you. So there's no need for the money. How does it hurt the boys?
I understand what you're saying. It doesn't hurt them at all. But if he doesn't have a place to live, where would he take them half of the time?
So he lives in his car?
He live on somebody's couch.
Are you getting child support every month?
Yeah.
So he's on somebody's couch.
I didn't ask him to do that.
I didn't say you asked her to do it, but I just want you to understand that from the man's standpoint, ain't nobody gonna have to shed one tear. Because you were with a man and you said it. And now after the marriage, you get the money. And I don't want to get too deep into it, but what's more important, having a functioning relationship with your ex and having your boys with their father and having some semblance of a family, for this Cold War?
I just feel like Kevin didn't ask for it. I begged him to stay. I promised I went to therapy.
No. See, you can beg him to stay, but I asked you the first thing, what's the name of your therapist? And the problem is, he hasn't seen enough change. If you, let's just imagine this happens. Let me use my Thanos powers, shit, shall we? Let me use my Thanos powers. Hello, Eric. Hey, this is me. Yeah. You know, I want to do something. The boys don't see you that often, and I know you're in this way, and you say it's on me because I get the money. So here's what I want. I went down to the court and I actually terminated the support order. I terminated the support order, and I want to have joint custody, joint physical custody. I give you about 90 days. Get yourself together to where you have a place to where the boys can come over there. So you should be able to do that with the money you get. There's videos on YouTube right here with women who have cut off the child support, and been helpful to the ex-husband, and now they're in a better position. How does that hurt the boys?
It doesn't hurt them at all, Kevin.
So do you not think if you cut the support off, what do you think he would do?
I think he wouldn't, because I think the number.
So you think if you cut the child support that he would not see the boys?
Correct. We separated for 5 years and 3.
So let me stop you right here. I want you to stop you right here.
Yes, sir.
You want to get back with the man who you said if you cut the child support off, how you can keep the money and still not see the boys?
Correct.
So why you want to get back with a man with such low character? If that's what you really believe.
I literally believe in the sanctity of marriage.
That's not what I asked. I asked, why would you want to get back with a man? Because see, there's fear here, and I'm trying to understand why you want to go back to this man. If you're saying I'm dealing with a man, if I cut the child support off and offer joint custody, he'd just take the money and still be out of his boy's life. So you don't think very highly of it.
I don't. But I still love him. I mean, I'm married, and I think that means something. I mean, I love my brother. He may not be the best person in the world, but I love him.
Did you hear what you just said? And I want you to think about what I'm about to say.
Mm-hmm.
You're in charge of raising 2 boys, and you don't think very highly of their father.
I don't tell them that.
Do you know when your children are sick, even without them telling you? Do you know when something's wrong with one of your children just by looking at them?
Yeah.
Why? Because you raised them and they're around you. Guess what? We know our mamas just like they know us. I don't know why the hell y'all think just because you don't say nothing, we don't know.
Can I say something? So we were separated for 5 years. 3 out of the 5 years, I asked for no child support. I asked for nothing. He told me, I asked him for money for food. He said, put me on child support. That's what he said.
Man, I don't care. I'm gonna tell you why I don't care. Because there's 3 sides to every story. Yours is, and I don't give a shit about who shot John. You said that why you want to get back with him. I'm trying to understand why you want to get back with a man that you don't think very highly of.
Because I was told that I'm supposed to stay with one husband until he's dead. That's what I was told. And I believe he may be a piece of crap, but
Whoa.
Stay with him.
Hold on, wait a goddamn minute, man.
I don't mean, oh my God.
Wait a goddamn minute.
It's hypothetically.
There is no hypothetical. I don't do that over here.
I'm so
Run
sorry.
that shit on some feminist channel. Don't come call your ex-husband and the man that you created life with a piece of crap.
I'm sorry. I did not mean it.
The internet is forever. What do you think?
I didn't mean it like that. I meant
Oh, you meant it in a nice way.
no, I just meant it in it's
Stop.
hypothetically.
Stop. Stop. When you're in a ditch, stop digging. What do you think it's like to live with you?
Probably not easy, not fun. Some good stuff, but
So do you think if you're around somebody who's difficult or not easy to live with, that they have an impact on your psyche?
of course.
Do you think he doesn't love his boys?
I never said that.
So do you think it bothers him not to be around his sons?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can, and you will.
Do I think it doesn't bother him that he's not around his sons? Nobody stopping him from being around the
Now
boys.
ask.
Yes, I'm sure it bothers him. It would bother me.
Okay. This is everything we've talked about so far has been about you. You're the chaotic center of all of this. And if the world was balanced, he should have custody of those boys. Prior to 1945, he would have had custody.
I'm not opposed to custody. He asked,
But then you'd be paying child support.
he asked for it at one point in time, and his living situation, he gave it back. He's
Okay, man. Here's what here's the thing. There's always going to be, like I said, the market is what it is. And the market's going to look at how you handled why'd you quit your last job? Did you quit or you fired? Who's your former employee? If your marriage is a job, you're not talking very highly of your job. So I'm stuck on the fact that you say he doesn't see his boys, not because he doesn't love them, because he said, you taking all the money. You said he's living on the couch. So he doesn't have a residence.
That's what he said. He's telling me he couldn't take the kids. He can't take them overnight because of my financial situation. So
He doesn't have a residence.
have anywhere to live or have
So
anywhere.
what happens when the boys ask for their dads? When they say they want to see a dad?
They don't anymore. But when they used to, I would call him, tell him, come get the kids. The kids is asking for you. They're outside. You know, we live in a neighborhood where they could play outside. He could come by.
So does he not, but he does have a job.
He does.
Is he paying more than $1,000 a month in child support?
He is.
More than $1,500 a month?
No, he was.
In what state?
Pennsylvania. It was included with alimony. So I got
Alimony?
house support. Yeah.
How long were y'all married?
About 10 years.
Why'd you take alimony?
That's a lot. But the marital settlement agreement provided some benefits.
Did you work during the marriage?
I did not.
And for my critics and detractors, I want you guys to ask yourself a question. Men don't typically file divorce.
I did not file for divorce. And
I said men don't typically file for divorce. And then you're getting alimony and child support. All right? At the end of the day, man, I can see why you're talking about the market. I don't know who'd want to deal with this in the market either. But I'm not really concerned about your dating life. I'm asking about the boys. They don't see their dad. You're saying that he says he doesn't see him because of the money, but I'm saying the two adults need to get the shit together to where the kids can see both of y'all.
I agree. I call.
And if money, and I'm saying, I asked a critical question. If you cut the support off, you'd think he would see the boys, and you said no. You need to answer the question of why you think that is, because why don't you think he would see them?
Because he's done it in the past 3 whole years. whole years of not seeing the kids, no child support, had all his money, no alimony.
Where was he at?
He was right up the street, less than a couple miles away. He worked. He had his fun. I didn't bother them. I went and got a job. I went and provided. I kept the house. I kept the mortgage. I kept the mortgage paid. Didn't ask for anything. It wasn't until I lost my job or had to cut back.
So you didn't work during the marriage?
Correct.
Did you guys have financial pressures in the marriage?
No, not at all.
Has he changed jobs?
When we were married, he had a steady job.
Right.
Since he's been divorced, he's gone through lots of different jobs.
What was his profession?
Social work.
Okay.
So he was a social worker. He worked in law enforcement. He could do that. He has a bachelor's degree in social work, but he worked.
But does he have any substance abuse problems?
Not at all.
So he was steadily employed and you were a housewife.
Yep.
But post-divorce, now you're a working woman.
Correct.
And right, wrong, or indifferent, all this is preferable to just get along with your husband?
I tried.
Okay, you went to counseling, but I'm always leery when I hear women go to counseling by themselves. You went to counseling by yourself, then you went to Christian counseling. But at the end of the day, he divorced you for irreconcilable differences?
I don't know why he divorced me. I never read the papers. I never signed them. I
You
didn't
didn't ask him?
do it. Divorce. I don't even know what the divorce decree
Was there
said.
another woman?
There were plenty of those.
No. Did he leave you for another woman?
I don't think so.
Was he still a social worker when he left you?
Yeah.
So when he divorced you, he was making money.
Yes. After the divorce, no.
You know, when he filed for divorce or whatever, he was still earning.
Correct.
Right. And the order is set likely on his previous earnings, not his current earnings.
Correct.
And you haven't modified that?
So that the court did it because he willfully acted out in court and got himself thrown in jail, which is why he lost the job. So the judge held him to that earning, is contempt of court.
The judge, so you didn't basically, so you're saying it's the judge?
The judge can hold him in earning capacity. I can't.
You can, man. The judge can't make child support is an agreement between you two. You can decide to go cut child support off tomorrow. You can decide to go get $1 in child support.
All right, but you asked if he had an earning capacity and who held him.
Right, and I'm saying that he was earning one thing at once and then he lost his job and he's earning less, but his income, his child support is still set at his previous earning level.
Correct.
Don't you think it would be fair to lower that to match his current? If he's saying money's an issue.
I mean, I sacrificed we sent him to school for him to have this degree so that I'm the one with the high school education, so why should he get lower to my income? I don't think that would be fair.
Wow!
He has
Y'all heard it. You heard it.
An X amount of dollar and he's choosing not to.
Man, so you think he chose to just make less money? You think he's happier making less money?
I know for a fact he chose to make less money.
Oh my God. All right. I don't know. You know what? My bullshit meter is going all off.
I'm telling you.
No. I'm kind of done. Ma'am, so you want us to believe that a man chooses to go make less money for what? For what, Printel? Why? What would be the reason a man chooses to make less money?
Because he thought, like you're saying, that the court would lower the amount, and they didn't.
So you want me to believe that the support order was set at one thing, but he decided to say, you know what? I don't want to make $70,000 a year. I want to make $40,000 so I can pay less child support.
No, he decided to curse out the judge and get thrown into jail.
I didn't say anything about him and the judge. I said the job. I don't give a shit about the court.
That's
Because here's the funny thing. I want you guys to understand. If you've never been to family court, you don't understand how adversarial it is for men. And the thing is, there's your side, his side, and truth. I'm saying, why would a man making X decide to make less than X? What does that do to his standard of living? Increase it or decrease it?
Again, only thing I could think
What
of
would that do? Increase it or decrease it?
decrease it, of
So
course.
you think he's decreasing his standard of living so he can pay decreased child support?
That's the only thing I could come up with.
That makes no logical sense. That makes no sense. Men don't decrease their earnings to pay less child support.
So why wouldn't he work a job the same type of job he was working when we were married?
Because that's not how that always works. Look, man, that's not how it always works. And that's the problem. In the family court system, modifications go one way, up. It is rare that a man gets a modification down, even when he loses his job. I know because I couldn't get one. I know because I know many men who couldn't get one. I know because when I started in family court and looked at men's groups, that men can lose jobs. The economy takes a dip. The sectors are gone. They tell you to go get 3 jobs because they make money off of it. The family court system makes money off of it. And man, if money is at the issue and you're really talking about trying to move with this man in good faith, you're getting alimony, you're getting child support, set it at what his previous income was. And your theory is, well, he did all this because of his attitude despite the judge. That's beautiful when the judge is on your side. I don't give a shit that he cussed out the judge, man. Let's say that happened. You could still say, that's your daddy, he had a bad day, whatever. I don't want to lower it down. But what you said was, why should I do that? So I've already put him through. I did this for him, so child support's to pay you back for putting him through school?
No.
See, child support becomes all kind of shit for women.
Child
I
support,
asked you why not modify it, and I said, why don't you do it? Well, why don't, ma'am, that's what you said.
I said he went to school, he has a degree. He's the
No.
one was making all the money.
And it was. Industries change. He's not making all the money.
The industry changed because he quit his job. When you quit a job, no one fired you. You quit your job. So what do I say when you continue to quit jobs when you see that they're garnishing the maximum allowable amount, which is 55% in the state of Pennsylvania?
55%. God damn.
And you're quitting
55%.
You're quitting your job to work doors, get paid,
I
however.
want you guys to understand.
I don't
My
understand.
critics, I hope y'all were able to listen to all of this, because I know y'all were like, oh, he's wrong, and so forth. But it is all coming out. This is what men have been reduced to. Ma'am, at the end of the day, I keep asking about your boys. This is between you and him. What about the boys? Can he put his shit to the side and you put your shit to the side so the boys can have a relationship with both the mother and the father? I don't give a shit about you or him. How about them? Who shot John and who hurt who and who did what at prom? I don't give 2 fucks about it.
So if I take him off of child support for 90 days or 6 months and he still doesn't get it together, then do I put him back on then at that point? How long do I?
Why are you going in? I want to know why you don't think he's going to. I want you guys to understand where the question comes from. It's a bad faith question. And this is why family court is so jacked up. Giving women leverage and access to future earnings for past relationships is crazy.
But he's done
You're
it.
assuming he's going to do the worst.
He's done it before. I'm only
And
holding.
so have you, man.
If him
We
being
talking about this shit, man, is when you were married, you were doing the worst.
all right. Well, if I'm
No, all right. Because you said you still want to get back with this man. You still want to. It's all alive. Anybody can hear it.
it's fine. I understand. But if I'm held to my resume, why is he not held to his? If
I
his,
don't give a shit about your resume and his resume. What about the boys?
that's what I'm saying. Correct?
No. And see, the thing is, man, you keep going back. Well, what if he doesn't do it? So how about this? How about this then? Just like you wanted him to give you good faith, grace, and some mercy, that you had change and give you another shot because you've done the work, right?
Because I've asked for them.
Excuse me. Do the same for him. give him the benefit of that. Stop. You want him to give you the benefit of the doubt? You give him the benefit of the doubt. How does that hurt you? How does that hurt you?
Financially, it would hurt me because I'm
Not it.
the same money in the household. I need the money.
Man, we're not, okay, it hurts you financially for how long?
I have no idea. That's the fear.
That's what I'm saying.
Fear.
Joint custody, that means he has the boys, you have the boys. See, this is why I go to this selfishness party of one thing. To you, this sounds right. And to me, I'm trying to figure out how can the boys end up having a relationship with the mother and father, and how can y'all get to some point of possibly a no resolution? But it's going to take you experiencing some setback too. You want him to give you a shot, to give you the benefit of the doubt that you've changed, and that would show a different thing, because the woman right here, I can see why he probably don't believe anything's changed. Because what have you done? You've gone to some therapy. Therapy is supposed to go to an action. It's supposed to do something to soften your heart, to give you some grace, to understand some empathy, to understand where people are coming from. Well, he lost his job. Well, he quit his job. He cussed out this. Okay, so we're supposed to listen to your issues and your drama, but men can't have it. We're just supposed to keep out here steady, performing, and that's what I want you guys to understand. We're tools. We're utilities. We're not supposed to feel. We're not supposed to think. You can't make no mistakes. But they can make mistakes. And at the end of the day, man, you're raising two boys. You're raising two boys. And how they view themselves is going to be directly tied to how you view men. How you view their father, how you interact with men. Whether you like it or not. So,
I love their father, and that's
this is love. This is why I say I don't give a shit about your love, people. This is what I mean. This is why I say I don't give a shit about your love. Respect. You love them, but you don't respect them. Because as soon as I said, why don't you come to him with an offer? I'm going to pause child support. I'm going to give you joint custody, cut off child support. So we split the boys 50-50, and we come up with a new way of doing this. And I'm going to give you some time to get yourself up there, because you said 90 days. I'm not asking for you, but you automatically go to, well, what if he fucks me? You mean like you fucked him?
I didn't fuck him, Kevin.
With your attitude. You said, I'm talking about in the marriage, you said not being a good wife.
Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know.
Doesn't matter unbeknownst to not, the outcome is the same.
All right, but it wasn't deliberate. It wasn't something that I did deliberately.
You're still going back to the fact, man, okay. You're still going back to the fact you didn't do it. Okay, fine, do something different.
All right.
But you know what? Never mind. That's what we started where we end or we start, man. It's about getting, and that's cool.
No.
The therapy, what's the outcome that's different? Because if you can't have a different beginning with the man you started a family with, you can at least get to where you have mutual respect. You can at least get to the point to where the kids don't feel the tension. Because I don't care about your dating life or his. I'm talking about those boys. That's why the Black community is in a position it is. How what do the boys see? How the boys, and the hard hearts of far too many women regarding their interpersonal relationship with the men. I don't give a shit about the relationship with the men. I care about the boys. If you want to have a shot out here in the market, they're going to want to know how you do with your ex-husband. How your boys coming along?
Yeah, I'm not in the market. I haven't tested.
It doesn't matter, man. That's my point is you said you fear the market because you don't feel like there's any hope. There is not hope. And there should not be hope for this kind of stuff.
You're right. You're right.
Like you said, I didn't plan on the divorce. I didn't plan on the divorce. Well, you didn't plan on the divorce, but you did the behavior. You're like, well, unbeknownst to me, the man didn't divorce you after an argument. One argument. This is prolonged. But then you walked away from the marriage where you're a housewife, you got alimony and child support. His financial position has changed. And what you told us is he's changed his financial position damn near on purpose.
He quit his job.
damn near on purpose, and his purpose with changing his financial position was to pay less child support. Makes absolutely no sense.
Well, why would he quit his job, Kevin?
Ma'am, I don't know why somebody would quit their job to pay less child support. That means he has less money, and that's the point. And the fact of the matter, you're still trying to make it, this is how you think of him? Fine. That's why I'm going to let him keep playing, keep playing, keep playing. You're coming at this from a negative standpoint. He did it to pay less child support. That also means he has less money to live on too, right? Less quality of life, less free money, right?
Right.
Uh-huh. How's that benefit?
I mean, I don't know. He wasn't paying.
It doesn't benefit him, that's the point.
He
And
didn't.
all he does is get further and further and behind in child support to where they garnish it for the maximum amount. The state's coming after you, and the only person who can turn this shit off is you. Because the judge ain't gonna do it. The family court system ain't gonna do it because they make money off of it. And if he is being if he's telling you the reason I'm here because I'm under financial, when men can't provide, men start to feel worthless. And men don't want to feel worthless in front of their boys. So a lot of times they feel like they're doing their sons a favor by not being around because they don't want to show a poor representation of a man. And if you can't do anything to help fix that for your sons, you might want to consider that. But you got to get out of your way first. But the world ain't going to tell you this. The world is going to tell you, no, girl, you right, such and so forth. You're going to get the sister chorus and the high five and all the women. But at the end of the day, your boys are sitting around not even asking for their daddy no more. What's the cost of all that? How much that going to cost? How much therapy is that going to cost? Something to think about. There are no easy solutions in human interactions. But you can turn this off. And if it works out in the negative, you can always turn it back on, can't you?
I am, right?
Go find out. Have a good one.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'm telling you, folks, the family court system is one that is not in favor of men. You know, and I'm not trying to make it seem like that guy was a saint in any way, but come on, man. Come on. Ooh. Party of one? Party of one? That was a call that needed to happen. It was kind of off topic. I'm going to go a little bit longer. Party of one. Ladies, you don't want to end up being a party of one. You don't want to end up with stuff like Diane Carroll. When I showed you Diane Carroll, that was a beautiful woman. Being driven around in a limousine in a fur coat, alone. Between a man and a woman, you and I will never know all the stories. And even if we do know all the stories, I don't care. When you have kids, the father, the mother, let me say this. I know men who have walked away from their kids because the mother was making them crazy. But it has to be said that the man's still paying support. So he's not a deadbeat. He just can't deal with you. Get the lights up, folks, and the chat room goes off. And unfortunately, the child support system is able to be used punitively by women. To whose benefit? To whose benefit? So, all right, let's get off of this. Let's get back to y'all want the chat room back on? Hit the damn like button. All right. So, when I actually do have a chance to sit down and talk to women, one of the things I hear women being concerned about is picking the right man. Hello.
Hi, I'm Sophia. Thank you for having me on.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 25, so a bit younger than some of the people you've been having on.
Well, did you have a question or do you want to talk about the topic?
Both. So one, I haven't been listening to you for a super long time, but I've come in and out of different lives. And one thing I was noticing is you don't always necessarily talk about the like monolithic woman in maybe the best light. And I would love to know, like, what do you like about women?
The monolithic woman is the best.
Or, well, I feel like you act like women all act the same when, like, they don't necessarily. And so I would love to know, like, what do you like about women?
Just a second. Audience, I want you to fix your eyes on the screen over here. Everyone is special. No one can be generalized. All women act the same. Do you think women act more similar or different?
I mean, I think just overly, I don't like people
I
from
don't care
all
what you,
over the
man, you
world.
keep saying like.
Circumstances.
Ma'am, hold on, I want to, let's do this. Are you a cop, are you an educated woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Are generalizations valid?
To a point, but we need to be specific of like, I assume
Okay,
you're
I'll take
talking
you,
about women.
you have a Bluetooth? You have a Bluetooth or something? Are you on Bluetooth or something?
No, it's making a weird feedback here. I can move you. Does that sound better?
Well, yeah, there was a slight delay. Are generalizations valid? You said, what?
I think I referenced that
Are generalizations valid?
being specific to the area you're making the generalization. So if we're talking about women in
It's hot in Arizona. It's hot in Arizona. Is it always hot in Arizona?
For the most part, yes.
But it's not always. But is the generalization valid?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, all right. So what I talk about is broad generalizations that are broadly true for most women. Why do we need to go into the tangential or the nuance?
I think for me, I've been waiting to see someone that has a similar train of thought or belief system as me on your show, or you talking about someone like me, if that makes specific, or I'm being broad. So for example, a lot of times you have women on your show who are 30 and above with kids, like in and out of relationships. That's not me. And so when I'm going into the show, I'm like, is he going to talk about someone like me? And so that's
What does that mean? What's someone like you?
Ooh, I'm waiting to have sex till marriage. So when dating, me dating looks very different than someone who really
Ma'am,
Mhm.
I've had at least 7 shows on that very topic.
Okay. And I did say I was new, so I definitely missed it, and that's on me.
Yeah, matter of fact, there's 3 or 4 videos up from this year.
Okay.
Is this a religious belief?
Yeah, for the most part. It's like a promise I made to God. So yeah.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm asking at 25, they're waiting till marriage to have sex, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'm trying to understand is where that belief comes from, number one, and how strongly it's attached.
Very strong.
All right, so you attend church regularly?
I just moved to DC about a year ago during COVID, and so it's been pretty hard to find churches. But I've worked in ministry for a while, and I'm still very part of my church back home in Seattle, just online, so not a physical church.
So the answer is no.
But because of COVID, they only have online churches.
And we've been, okay, no. You could have been out, no.
I mean, I go to church.
Okay, okay.
I'm not
All right.
a part of.
Okay, so the direct answer is no, I don't go to the physical church body. I have my.
I could have corrected myself. I do go to the physical church body. Yes, I'm just not a member of church
Okay, so
where I.
this is a belief that you hold strongly, but you're not in the body.
I am. I'm just not a member of the church.
You have a
In
church
a
home you
physical
visit, you have a church home you go to weekly. What's going on with your camera? Because you coming in, do you have a church home that you go to weekly?
Yes.
Is there an active singles ministry?
I just started going to it around Easter, so I'm not sure. I don't think so. But I could definitely check it out. It's a very small church.
Stop. We're already getting to the problems. You don't go to a church regularly. The church you go to doesn't have an active singles ministry, so I'm sure they don't have a ministry that's actively promoting marriage with you. The church why did you pick the church you attend? Oh, God. Can you get close to the window or something? Because your Wi-Fi is doing something. I don't know what's going on.
Here,
You got people calling you or something?
Yeah, let me just turn my phone off. So I was going to one church in a different part of the DMV, and I noticed some of the things the pastor believed.
How are you supposed to find the husband? How are you supposed to find the husband? How are you supposed to find the husband?
I'm a member of a Black professionals networking group, and so
That's
I'm
not
there.
Christian. That's not Christian.
Or they
How are you
have
supposed to find,
different.
how are you supposed to find, how are you supposed to, see, it comes down to,
Maybe let me finish, please.
no, because you go on and go on. And
I was trying to tell you.
No,
that
no,
there's
that's
Christian
not how
groups
that's not how that's going to work. That's not how that's going to work. And that's not how it's going to work because I've given you plenty of latitude. You don't answer directly. The bottom line is you can have your belief. But I'm asking you this, fundamental, blocking and tackling. How are you supposed to find Mr. Right? How are you supposed to find you? And if you're in the dating environment with non-Christian people, being able to hold your chastity until marriage in a worldly dating environment, not likely.
Sort of what I was going to say is in these Black professional groups, they have different singles ministries for Christian, and I'm in those.
But again, who's leading you and who's leading you or guiding you in your quest to be found by your husband?
My pastor back home in Seattle.
Your pastor back home in Seattle, but you're not in Seattle.
Correct. And I do
So my
have
point
a
is, I
pretty
talk to women,
close group of friends.
like that. When I talk about Christian feminism, and I've talked to women like this, and if you guys will recall, the 42-year-old woman that lived in Seattle, the virgin, she was retaining herself. At the end of the day, you can have your belief, but unless you're dating from a pool of men who share your same belief, the likelihood of running into a man is going to wait until marriage. How long do you think after meeting a man before you would accept his proposal for marriage?
I think 1 to 2 years. Like that.
So a man is supposed to meet you and date you, and 1 to 2 years later propose to you. Right?
I've been in relationships for 1 to 2 years, yeah.
1 to 2 years, right, but you were also young.
True.
So that man is going to be without sex. Yeah.
I mean, everyone I've dated hasn't had sex with me, and those relationships have been about 1 to 2 years. Do you think it's not realistic for, say, the modern woman?
I don't think it's realistic for a woman who's not in a church. It's realistic if you are a woman who's really following her religious convictions. That means you're in a church, that one of the main motivations is to foster marriage. They have the singles ministry, male and female, where they actively help couples couple, because you can have your belief. I was raised in the church. I've been over singles ministries, and I'm going to tell you, women like you exist everywhere, but you're still trying to date in the worldly market, and that's easier to do when you're younger. Have somebody wait 1, 2 years, but as you're 25, your heart ain't no man in the dating market going to wait 1 to 2 years unless he shares your belief system.
I have a question for you in that
Do
case.
you believe that?
That makes sense to me, absolutely. So, the church I was a part of for like the last year before I switched to this new church, they had a really good ministry program. However, some of their doctrine was off. You said you came from a faith background. Do you think it's worth it going to church just to be part of the
Well, I think
single
if you're
young
going
adult
to,
ministry?
you're going to raise, yes, because where else are you going to find, where else are you going to have a high amount of men who are going to be willing to do what you're asking? Especially in a hookup culture. You're not going to meet any husbands. And then husbands ain't going to wait 2 years. Why do you need to wait 1 to 2 years?
I mean, in my head, that sounds right, but I think in my heart, there isn't no set rule when it comes to love, when it comes to finding a partner and someone to build with, you know?
Well, first off, you're not looking to find, that's where you really just fell apart, Christian feminists. Partner ain't got nothing to do with Christianity. Love, what love got to do with it? We didn't fall in love before we got married. We got married and we got used to one another because we didn't date prior to the 40s and the rise of the De Beers Company and Hallmark and all this other stuff. Your great-grandparents jumped brooms. There was no 1 to 2 year dating. Lastly, building, there's another modern woman fantasy. So, I think that I know many women are in church or of faith who are not living that life.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
you're in the dating market. You're in the dating market and you're 25 and you're only going to get older. And I'm going to tell you that a man waiting 1 to 2 years, I don't see that happening. And the reason I don't have conversations like this, ma'am, is because most people don't do this.
True.
And the reason you're doing it is your personal beliefs, but do you want to be a Christian? Do you want to have a Christian marriage? Christian hierarchy? Huh. Funny how that pause happened.
Yeah. I wouldn't frame it as a hierarchy. I think
Oh, it is a
there's
hierarchy,
a
just
whole
like
thing.
Father, Son, Holy Ghost. There is a hierarchy. What's the vertical relationship?
Absolutely. But what I was saying is
The vertical relationship
when
is
we
like
look at the,
hierarchy. Is it not?
yes.
Okay.
But what I wanted to that specific word where the whole hierarchy is stemming from is submission. And when we look at the Aramaic or the Hebrew version, it's more of a teammate, a coach, and a player. And there's something really beautiful about that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would say that's what I would want. It isn't just
Eve wasn't Adam's teammate. See,
you don't think so?
You should go back and look at all the videos I did on. You can go back and look at all the videos I did on Christian feminism. Then I have videos where I'm talking to women who are born again virgins or holding on. Ma'am, I've talked to you. I lived in Dallas where the Protestant lied. And my point is, you talk about the doctrine is not sound. This isn't sound.
I mean,
this is basically you making up what you want to.
No, going to seminary. I continue to study,
Okay,
and
well,
I'm reading both the old text as well as the translated English text.
okay, but in order to, but do
Just
you want,
talking
but
about-
your husband has to still be a believer.
Yes.
Okay, then where are you interacting with these men?
There's a group called the Sexless Tribe, and so I've talked to some guys on there, and then in different
online group?
singles groups. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you're 25. How much time do you think you have to waste?
I don't want to waste. I don't think life should ever be wasted.
How much time do you think you have to waste in activities or things that aren't going to get you towards the goal?
0.
Okay, so do you think you're using your time, if this is the kind of outcome you want, do you think you're maximizing your time? You don't have a regular church home, you have a group you have. All right, when was the last relationship?
Like the long relationship or a guy I went on a few dates with?
That's not a relationship. Not a
Okay.
relationship.
Last August, so almost a year.
So, conversation with a born-again Christian feminist. That's the video I want to look at. She was from Seattle too, or she was from Arizona. Yeah, there are plenty of them there. Okay. And the bottom line is, ma'am, you gotta end up being that's one of the holes, I think, in church today. We're not putting couples together. You can believe what you want, and when you find somebody who shares your beliefs, true. How tall are you?
Like 5'3".
Okay. Do you want kids?
Yes.
I mean,
Biologically, at least 2, and then adopt maybe 2, depending on like finances, of course.
okay. And what kind of lifestyle do you want your family to live?
I'm in school to become an ambassador right now, so a lifestyle of helping people.
Monetary lifestyle.
To make sure that my kids don't have to worry about money and that we're able to
But
help.
do you want to be able to pay for their college?
Yes. Yeah.
You want to be able to travel domestically and internationally with your family?
Yeah, I plan to live internationally.
Okay, so you want a man who is earning in DC? So you're talking about a man who's earning around about $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
Do you care what race he is?
This is live. Yeah, a black.
Okay. What percentage of
Yeah.
black men earn $500,000 or more?
Sorry, say that
What
again.
percentage of black men earn $500,000 or more?
A very small percentage. I don't know the percentage of
Give me a number.
Ooh. I feel like I'm optimistic. I might be going too high, like 10%. I don't know.
10%. 10%. What percentage, and what age do you think, what 10-year age range do you think these men are in?
Like, right. No, in their 40s. I never in my head have ever thought of like, oh, I need a guy who's making this big of a salary.
So that's the problem. But that's the problem. Y'all don't think of it, but you want the lifestyle. I put potential parameters to it because you don't have to think of the dollars, but you do want the lifestyle. Men hit their financial stride, 45 to 55. Are you prepared to marry a man 15 to 20 years your elder?
I think 15 would be my limit, maybe. But once again, I'm very optimistic in
All right, so, the number of men who make over $500,000 are black men, really less than 1%. Less than 1%. So we're talking roughly, we got about 150,000 black men who did that nationwide. Now,
Yeah, that's
hold on, we already run the numbers. We've already run the numbers. And the thing is, what 45 to 55-year-old black man is going to wait 2 years, and he's making $500,000, and almost all of the women want men in his category. Why is he going to wait?
only if he has the same devotion to God that I do.
So he's a
Which makes
45 or 55-year-old virgin.
Which makes, or I never said they had to be a virgin.
Well, that's the only way he's going
So
to
most
wait
of the
or have
guys
the same
think-
devotion.
Mhm. And I think that's like the
The
other
reason
thing.
the reason I do my program this way is because you ladies, you talk about things, you don't put practicals, you don't even, it doesn't make, and it doesn't make any sense. A man who's that age is going to wait, man, pay attention about it. These men don't want to even wait 3 dates to have sex.
Yeah.
So, are you prepared to substantially lower your lifestyle anticipation or expectation? Because here's the reality: the kind of men who have that kind of faith, they're typically not making that kind of money as single men.
And I'm not asking them to, though. I think that's a different thing, is obviously wanting someone who can provide, but I don't want to ever.
No, you don't want somebody to provide. You want a luxury lifestyle. That's a luxury lifestyle. Man,
Do you think so?
$500,000.
Because I would be working as well. Like, I would
You
never.
say that, I want you to understand, man, it sounds good.
Mhm.
I talk to women like you every day, and it sounds, listen, I talked to 7 women last night. It sounds good, but I'm gonna tell you, the men who I meet next week, the 30+ black men who are in that $300 to $1 million category, they don't do that. And you're
Can I say
saying,
something? Sorry. I don't know if this also adds to why my thoughts on like men and finances might be a little skewed, but I was raised with, my parents have still been together for like 36 years now. And my dad was a stay-at-home dad. I don't plan to marry a stay-at-home dad by any means, because I saw how that hurt his pride a lot. But I think that also could play a role in where I'm okay with making more, but I don't plan going into a relationship thinking I don't want that. Mhm.
you can dream, but it is practically how you gonna make it happen. What kind of job, specific job titles of men that earn the kind of money you're talking about? 300 to $400,000 plus. What kind of job title?
Let's see, there's architecture, there's different things in the government, there's some NGOs in there, lawyers, what else? Trying to
So I
think.
want you to understand,
Education.
you want this man, but you don't know what percentage of men earn the kind of income you would like to have in a lifestyle you want for you and your family. You don't know. You can be optimistic, but if you're trying to get into Princeton, you need to know how many people they take. You can't be optimistic. Optimism does something I asked you 15 minutes ago. Waste time. You got to be realistic. You want men in the top 1%, actually the top 0.5%. You want him to be black. You want him to be no more than 15 years older than you. And You must have your faith. That is such a finite list. Oh, and then he must wait to consummate on the marriage night, which will be 1 to 2 years. Think about the man who earns that kind of money. These men are work hard, they're focused, they're driven, they're structured. They don't tend to wait for shit. They don't even wait for it. They don't wait, and they're gonna wait for you. And the thing is, you gotta say it because that's what you got. They don't wait. And men at that age is not likely going to be. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, this is why I don't tend to have a lot of comments. I'm gonna be honest. The reason I've done these broadcasts on Christian feminism is I think the Black church has done more to destroy the Black family in the last 50 years with this prosperity gospel stuff. Because what you're talking about ain't the Baptist Church of God in Christ me and my family grew up on. Women knew that they needed to get with a man younger, and if you want to have this lifestyle, you build. But you talked about build. Ma'am, the man you talked about, you ain't building nothing. He's already there, and you want to get him at the finish line. I haven't heard build language from you.
But that's like another thing I wanted to talk about, just
I gotta hurry up.
because I don't want to take your time. But why would I need you talk about like finding a man who's making $500,000? I don't need him at $500,000. I can have him like if he's in grad school like me, or just out of grad school, or anything like that. Like he doesn't need to already be there. It could be something we do together, you know?
Mm-hmm. No.
No.
No, because
Am I being too
when you're
hopeful?
married and pregnant with your first child, do you want to have to work to pay significant bills? Do you want to have to work to pay significant bills when you're pregnant, married and pregnant with your first child? Yes or no? Have to work to pay. Have to.
I have to. No.
Then he
I've
needs
worked,
to
but
already
not-
be there.
Okay.
I don't, and see, what I think you need to do is watch me.
No, I'm hearing you.
You need to watch me more to understand that I know what I'm talking about because I talk to men in this category and I talk to women like yourself. And the thing is, what's really going to throw you off is your faith. You want someone to wait. And that's what I've talked to all these women. Then you got to pick a man who's Christian. And from that, you don't get to. This is not Burger King. You cannot have it your way. There are only so many options you get to pick. Christian is where you get to spend most of your points. Boom. You want to roll up a character where you can only have so many attributes. Christian, where you got to put a bunch into that category. That means you don't necessarily get income. You might, but likely you don't.
If that, so be it. That is what it is. But I think at the end of the
the
day,
bottom line is, even if you understood that, you still have to face interact with these men. And I don't understand why I talk about 1 to 2 years. Men who are husbands don't wait 1 to 2 years.
and I guess those aren't the men I'm looking for. But before I go off, the
Well-
first question I asked you never got answered. What do you like about women?
That's not what I do, man. I don't have to answer those questions. I've already answered them. What I like about women, if I didn't like women, I wouldn't be doing it. So what you want me to answer, gotcha questions. Why do you
It was
want
just something like
No,
positive.
but why? But why? You don't watch me enough you don't, first of all, you've shown that you don't watch me enough to really know who you're talking to. So whatever perception you have of me is based upon what? Clips? Small segments?
That's why I'm asking you to learn.
Well, no, what you do is go study. It's already there. I'm already doing what I'm doing. And here's the funny thing. I think that what content creators, especially women content creators, do you ask the same kind of questions? Women, it's like, I find it interesting. So many people want me to almost be a one-stop shop for all of the nails things. No, this is a very specific thing, and it targets women like you, women who have high expectations, high demands. And the thing is, where are these men going to come from? Men get to pick who becomes who they propose to. Are you what the kind of men you want all across the board want?
And I'm not looking all across the board. I'm only looking for men of faith. So I think that
Well,
I know my font
you're
is
looking for
small.
men of faith,
I'm okay with
but
that.
you got a lifestyle, want to be a grad student, an ambassador, international this and that. It sounds good, but can you live at $41,000 a year? A man making $41,000?
$41,000 a year.
You live with a man making $41,000 a year.
Yeah, like keep making what I'm making.
There's no ambition, there's no building up, there's no crime.
I said nothing about ever being with a guy with no ambition, because that's not attractive to me.
That's why I tell you, see, women have been told to shoot for the stars and ask for everything on their pizza. And all they got is cheese. Cheese pizza's asking for all meat and everything else. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I get it.
Right.
You
I'm
can't
not
make it
choosing
happen.
pizza.
I mean, you can't make it happen. Have a good one. They can't make it. Think about what we're talking about, guys. The women are just told, you want such a finite man. I want him to be Christian and be able to be, and I'm like, I think it's a dangerous society that lets women just think that this is possible. I think that it's a dangerous society that lets women just think it's possible. What I can tell you, young lady, is especially in church. Look at this, and especially in the church. What do we have going on in church? Nobody in charge of this. Time to get your trumpets on. I'm saying, dude, where in Christianity are you supposed to want to be an ambassador? Wow. So if you're out there and you're a born again, abstinent, or virgin Christian black man earning $500,000 or more, and you are looking for a girlfriend to date and possibly propose to her in 1 to 2 years, for her to possibly become your wife in 1 to 2 years before you propose, then however long it takes to plan a wedding and do the wedding. So you're prepared to be a $500,000 a year or more black Christian man who's sitting there with their loins on fire for 2 to 4 years to wait. And then you marry her, and then you got all the financial load because she's pregnant with your first kid. If you're wanting to do that, come to this video and shoot her, and understand she wants to be an ambassador and travel internationally. And hey, sure, I guess it happens. Somebody has to win the lotto. Party of one, that's exactly what I mean. The men and women want are so specialized. These lists. This is in Seattle. Seattle is ground zero for this kind of shit. Seattle more than any other place. Seattle has a whole different way of doing things. All right, people, I gotta finish this up. I mean, those two, what more do you need? Party of one, loins on fire. Don't you think about this? The men who are, and here's what kills me, is women can't even define the job these men do. But they've defined the lifestyle. So I don't give a shit what you do, but I know what I want your money to do for us. Now, understand, remember she said partner and build. What are you building? He's already built the shit. Now, I was nice, but I will ask this question on the way out. Young lady, if you didn't look the way you did, if you were an average looking woman, can you honestly say you'd still be making the same requests and or demands you're making? And the answer we all know is hell to the no. Cute or pretty privilege?
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
No, damn well.
No!
Know it damn well they would not be making these demands. Yeah, go ahead, $500,000 or $400,000 a year, VP of Mergers and Acquisitions, or so you get out there and you have all the testosterone and you're working out and you staying in shape and you're doing everything to work to keep healthy and everything else. Now you just sit there and look at me, but don't touch me. For 2 years, even more than that. Man, please. Sounds good. But she's not even that fine. Don't be that mean. I mean, she's cute. But that's the thing. This broadcast is dead on when I said modern women. And she's a modern Christian feminist. Sweet sounding one, but modern Christian feminist. Ladies, you're far too impressed with yourselves. You can tell most women are far too impressed with themselves because of what they ask for. All right, Instagram, see y'all later. Because you can see.
I got my first car when I graduated from high school.
I would make up any errand there was possible to drive my car.
It meant the world to me to have the freedom and independence that it provided.
Now I use my car to go visit my grandkids.
Grocery stores, there's always doctor's visits.
Although I've changed over the years, my love for driving hasn't changed.
I want to be active, but I want to be safe. Virginia Grand Driver lets me do both.
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me to the glory that is 1-800-CONTACTS.
Quick.
Affordable.
Easy to use. It'll take you 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes.
And your order's on the way. It's like a box with a cape that shows up in your mailbox.
1-800-CONTACTS.
Right now, you can save 20% on your first order, plus fast free shipping right to your door.
Things that you're saying, and as you can listen to your point of view, but I feel like maybe we're losing the meaning of what both are saying. What I'm trying to do, I'm happy that and you are a spokesperson for Black men. But all I'm saying, maybe you can do one episode where you question Black men, but you question Black women. That's
what? Question Black men? I did that for 3 years. That's what I did the first 3 years.
And they have proven.
That was what I did the first 3 years. Who listened?
Maybe I have to.
Who listened? Who listened? The first 3 years I talked to men. Who listened?
I've been with you for a whole year now.
Ma'am, please. I did that for 3 years. Who listened?
I'm willing to listen. That's.
I asked you. Who listened? Answer that question.
I'm not sure who listened because I didn't there at the time.
Right. How did you get here?
I got here because
I started talking to women. And then the world listened.
Okay, I get it now.
Thank you. One man. Okay, we gotta speed this up a little bit though. We're gonna short it down to 5 minutes. I'm supposed to be everything. Hello.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
First name?
Simone.
All right, Simone, what's your criticism or critique?
I am not going to hold you. Just wanted to say I think you're making very valid points, and you were crushing it the other night with the Sierra's prayer thing. I'm literally shaking just having to speak to you because I'm always these women. I'm them. I'm the Black woman, like listening.
Do you have a criticism or critique of the content?
I was just gonna touch on what you're talking about tonight.
Okay.
My only issue.
I had to get on to the criticisms, though. This is a smoke show. Have a good day. Thank you, people, but stick to the criticism, critiques. Look.
Monday CRM has the best AI features in the game.
Especially in sales.
Hands down.
So for me, email composition works like magic. You know me, I'm not a great writer, but AI helps me keep it super professional, super engaging, no more embarrassing typos.
Exactly. I personally love the Zoom AI summary. Takes any meeting and spits out a summary. I'm in back-to-back calls every day, so I use it nonstop, and it saves me so much time.
Oh, having summaries is crucial. You know, I also love the timeline summary. It sums up the latest activities for any contact so I can get the gist without like digging through a pile of emails and notes, you know, huge time saver.
Okay, so how about Monday CRM sentiment analysis? Have you tried that?
No, what is that?
So AI reads all the latest messages and notes with your leads and gives you an analysis on how they're feeling.
That sounds unreal.
My mind is blown.
It's crazy that AI was like just a buzzword for so long, but now thanks to Monday CRM, I actually get how to implement it in my day-to-day work. You know, I'm spending so much more time selling and less time on admin work.
What do Elma, Ginny, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with a variety of AI services, or even if they're an architecture firm looking to get more work done. It's all made possible with Fiverr freelancers. Join millions of business owners already growing their businesses with Fiverr.
All right. Is this room? Okay. So just bought a badge. Appreciate it. Look, man, I get it. People want to speak to me and things like that. But let me tell you guys why I do these smoke shows. Okay? I do the smoke shows because I legitimately want to give the critics and detractors a chance to have their say.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I was going to come with the criticism. Wait, I'm 40. My name is Kimmy.
Your first name?
It's Kimmy.
All right. What is your criticism or critique of my content?
I was going to come and criticize and critique, but the more you pull females on, I'm listening. And it's like I understand what your platform is for. So I don't want to critique anymore because I listened and I watched. So.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. You know, and that seems to be what happens. That if women, I'm not adding men. It's not men's month. Smoke shows for men are doing men's months. And another, I'll be honest, and when I deal with men, I handle men in a much more direct way. Because men need to be handled on a different platform, not Instagram. This platform links female. Smoke shows are important. You should listen to the criticism and try to find something, as long as it's valid. And that's what makes these platforms better. If we're trying to hear the issues, but the issues tend to be the same.
So much lighter.
Your tone, your delivery. Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Your first name?
I'm Deborah. Nice to meet you, Kevin.
What's your criticism or critique?
Well, my specific criticism for you would to be like, just to focus on a specific range of people, because I feel like you generalize.
Hold on. Specific what are people?
A specific group of women, because that's what we're talking about. I feel like you aim at like a broader range of women, and you feel like all women are the same. I don't think that, and I feel like you're very general. So I feel like you should.
What does that mean? Hold on. Are generalizations valid?
No. To me, they're not.
Oh, hold on. Did you go to high school or did you go to college?
I'm in college now.
So generalizations aren't valid.
To a certain extent, I feel like you have to find some validation between something like
No. I want you to put on your student hat.
Okay, it's kind of on. It's my bonnet.
Do college graduates generally make more than high school graduates?
Yes.
But is that always true?
No.
Is the generalization still valid?
Yes. It is. But I feel like it's just
I
based.
don't care what I want you to stop. See, right then, if you were using your student hat, you should have said, you're right. But you're still going to try to make this work. You just defeated your own point. Generalizations are valid.
I mean, they are valid, but I just.
There is no but.
So what is it?
Do you think that if you can't speak about everyone, you shouldn't speak about anyone?
I think that if you're going to speak, you should have a specific audience.
I do. I do.
I feel like you have a wide range of an audience. So you
no, I do. Why don't you ask me?
Okay, so what's your specific audience?
Modern women.
Modern women. So is that what age range is that?
You.
Me?
Yes. Over 18, modern women. Modern feminist-minded, womanist, liberal-minded women who think that generalizations aren't valid, but then turn around and show that they make decisions based on those same generalizations. Women like yourself who think that everything is special, everything is unique, we're all special snowflakes, but you don't move that way. Modern women, high-value men. Two targets I've talked about more than anything else. Go on my video library. High-value men, modern women.
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals, and AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience down to the finest detail. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Personalize, customize, Wix.
If you can pay anyone, anywhere instantly, your renter's insurance should be able to pay your claims instantly. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at lemonade.com/renters.
Next.
Okay, so I heard you mention earlier, you said that women suspect for men to just go out and build and fight, or you said something about fighting, but I don't necessarily think that. I think that women aim for a man that can allow them for their femininity to flourish. I feel like in this generation.
Ma'am, hold on. You don't monologue. That's a statement.
Mm-hmm.
Are your mother and father married?
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're not married, and I feel like.
Hold on. Your mother raised you to be a wife or an independent woman?
An independent woman.
Congratulations. What is going to be your profession?
Dentistry.
Dentistry. Well, guess what? As long as you can take care and provide for yourself until your latter days, congratulations. Most women are raised to be interdependent and wives because that's what human beings do. We work together.
But what are
Excuse me. There's no but. You can choose to go in life as an independent woman and doing it all on your own. That's your choice. But then you deal with all the consequences and outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think it would have been easier, a better, more balanced life if your mother and father were married? They planned for you, and they had plans for you throughout your life into your college years plus. That was planned for, funded, financed, and everything. Would your life have been different?
No.
You don't. It wouldn't.
No, I don't think my life.
So you're saying that life with a single mother versus a mother and father who planned for your birth plan for your life? Are you taking out student loans?
No,
Are you on scholarship?
I am.
Okay. Do you have a car?
I do.
Who purchased it?
My mother.
All right. Is your mother getting any kind of child support?
She was supposed to, but he doesn't pay it.
All right. So who's paying your rent?
I don't have rent. I live in a dorm. So.
All right. So if your mother was married and had a husband, would there be more family income?
There would.
Would that family income, would that allow more options, investments, travel trips, different things? Yes or no?
It would. A man definitely.
Thank you. Excuse me. Ma'am, I don't care. See, you were raised by an independent woman to be independent, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But can your mama defend the house that she bought?
What do you mean by that?
Meaning if let's do this. Let's take it back to 2020 when there was no water, no toilet paper, and folks is barricaded in their house. Could your mama defend you and her?
Yes.
With what?
With just her stability and her strength as a woman. I feel like my mom.
Your mother's stronger than a man?
No woman.
Thank you.
Physically.
See, what you need to understand is you don't even know what a man's purpose is.
I do.
What is it?
I think a man's purpose is to live. That's a simple human being's purpose is to live. Now, how you go about living is your decision, but that's your purpose.
So survival is a man's purpose.
The Bible? I'm not really too knowledgeable, or I guess I'm pretty ignorant to like the Bible and religion and
No, I said survival.
Oh, you said survival. What was your question?
So a man's purpose is simply survival.
Yes. Especially in America.
I want you guys to understand, this is what it took to break the black family. This right here. I said chattel slavery couldn't do it, Jim Crow segregation, but feminism and college was enough to break what thousands of years couldn't break. This is a broken woman. She didn't even understand who we are. And she's talking, and understand, her first point, I judoed it. And she, instead of saying, damn, she's just going to keep on and keep on and keep on. This is what's on college campuses. I'm talking to my audience. You don't know anything.
I'm keeping
You don't know anything, ma'am. You don't, ma'am. I'm not trying to insult you, but you don't even know what a man's purpose is.
I do. We just have
You said to survive.
Because
right. And I want you to get it. Because I can be a dentist and my mom can do everything. This is why our communities are upside down, because our women don't even recognize what we're there for.
Mm-hmm.
They think we're just there to be alive. You know, like, nope. Just sad. And this is why when you run into a modern woman, gentlemen, when you run into a modern woman, just run away. You can't win. They're indoctrinated. They're indoctrinated. You got to go. You got to go. You cannot deal with a modern mindset woman. You got to go. Wish them the best, but you got to go. 22. Now I want you to remember, in 10 years, when she's a single mother by herself, oh my God.
Can you see me?
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up their competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using this with the startups that I work with to look up what channels the top competitors are using to market their company, as well as finding the campaigns which are driving the best results. Let's imagine you have a generative AI startup that helps people write copy for different social posts. You want to go on here and list all of your different competitors. This will then help you understand which of your competitors are actually performing well. Now, we want to click here to understand which of the channels are sending the most traffic to their website, and then here to look at which platform is working best regarding their content strategy. If we want to look at which specific campaigns that were running at specific times had the best results, we can do this by changing the timeline to look for any peaks in the graph. They currently have a 7-day trial, so if you want to start strategizing, you can find it in the links below.
No, we need to come back. Come back in the light. I want you guys to understand that. Oh, college, and this is so prevalent on college campuses. This thought process, it's indoctrination. And all it took was one generation of broken families, no fathers in the home. Hello?
Hey,
How old are you?
I'm 29. I'm Sin. Can you see me?
Yeah, your first name?
I'm Sin. Central.
What's your criticism or critique of the content?
Okay. So I've been watching you for like a month. You talk about us women a lot. You target the young women, which are weak. We're not.
What's your criticism? Okay, do me a favor. Make it short. What's the criticism or critique? What is the issue?
Okay, why do we have to, our mothers have to teach us how to be wives?
Who else is supposed to teach you?
Ourselves? We can, I mean, that's what life is about, learning. Most of our moms are not there all the time. Some women doesn't have mothers.
Stop. Women are supposed to teach themselves how to be wives.
No, I didn't say it's supposed to. I did not say supposed to.
I said, hold on, I don't know. You said, why are our mothers supposed to teach us how to be wives? I said, who's supposed to teach you? You said, ourselves.
No.
That's what you said?
Listen.
Who the fuck you think you're talking to? Who the fuck you think you're talking to? Don't tell me to, whoa.
You're very intimidating.
Whoa, wait a minute. I will shut this shit down.
You're intimidated. It's okay.
I'm not intimidated by you. I'm not intimidated by you, sweet. I don't know why you women think somebody's intimidated by you. I'm just not gonna let you act.
Okay, I apologize. Don't cut me off.
Don't tell me what to do. You're not intimidating, dear. Why would I be intimidated?
I'm not trying to be intimidated.
I want you to think our women are so quick to try to buck up to a man like y'all can whoop somebody's ass. You're backed up by a system that makes you feel powerful in the face of men.
Can I speak?
Ma'am, this is my platform.
You
just talk crazy. You listen. I am older than you. I know more than you, and you're gonna tell me to listen? You're wrong.
I'm asking
wrong.
I'm on the
line. To start again. You can't use a bigger voice than me. You can't win that way, okay? The way you do this is you reset. You don't over. You can't.
Okay.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of these. With Connect Team, your field workers can log in with just their phone number, no email needed, and it's really easy to use. The communication features, just like you know them, but better. Easily reach the right employees with smart group chats, pop-up updates they have to confirm, and pin posts that stay top of the feed. Plus, you get operations and training tools that save you time and make work more accurate. scheduling, timesheets, quizzes, forms. Seriously, you can unsubscribe from those extra tools you're using for operations, communications, and HR. Bonus points for 24/7 live support that actually responds. Start your free trial now at connectteam.com.
The Bed Bath & Beyond Memorial Day sale is here. From bathroom upgrades and backyard essentials to cozy rugs and dreamy mattresses, score summer-ready savings for every room. Shop now and save. BedBathAndBeyond.com.
And this is what you're supposed to be taught how to do, how to interact with the man. But this is the problem. You young women were raised by a bunch of hyena-like minded women to where y'all.
Can I speak?
When I'm done, you don't know how to interact with a man. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize for maybe making my tone higher than yours. Okay, but I didn't say that we're supposed to be teaching ourselves how to be wives. Some women does not have mothers in their lives. Some parents their mom are dead. Their moms are on drugs. But as a woman, you can grow into that.
No.
And another thing, I touched.
Okay, stop. Ma'am, let's talk about the majority. Why you women tend to want to make a point and you go to the extremes. You want to talk about women whose mamas is dead or on drugs. Listen. I don't want to talk about those. Let's talk about what most people have.
But you told me.
We are going to talk about the majority, not extraneous stuff. That's not a conversation. You will always be right, and so will I. Bottom line.
You asked me to talk about what's my problem, basically. Well,
if your problem is that somebody's mama is dead or on drugs.
No, that's not just it.
Look, lady, I need you to understand something. You weren't raised to even learn how to interact or have a conversation with the man. That's why this is combative.
You said in another one of your live videos.
Do you understand that? You understand that? I want you to understand that we are not equal. We're not physical equals. We're not age equals, and this is a difference in power dynamic.
Yeah, I know this.
And you really should. See,
can you let me speak?
We're in front of one, and see, the thing is, this is the shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. The need to be right is so strong that y'all can't even understand when it's working against you. Ma'am, you can't teach yourself how to be a wife.
I think that I don't know what it is with you, but can you let me speak? Because you brought me up to her to speak. It's not just that statement that you made in one of your live videos. We can go past this one if you want, because basically you're not letting me elaborate.
Are you married?
I'm separated.
Okay.
So
Any children?
Yes.
Okay. What's your next issue?
The next issue was, well, it basically wasn't the issue, it's the things that you speak on in your life.
The next issue. I can't deal with all the things I speak on in my life.
Okay, why did you say some men should not go behind a woman, go behind the next man that abused a woman in one of your live videos?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we're gonna go past that one.
Well, no. See, you can't. If you're gonna ask me to respond to something,
but this is what you said in your live video.
No. So I listen. Oftentimes, people like you want to get on the platform and want me to respond to what you feel like I said.
These are things that you're saying.
What video? Don't overtalk me. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you. Don't overtalk.
Yeah. You're
this is not the last. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you. Don't overtalk me. Goodbye. I want you to. That's that hyena mind. Hyena minds. Hyena mind. I'm just. That's all you hear. hyena minds, they really want us to sit back. I want you to understand why you said, who gonna teach, who, you say our mother's supposed to teach us how to be a wife. Okay, who's supposed to teach you? Ourselves? Well, that didn't work now, did it? Hyena minds. Study a hyena claim. Study a hyena claim. And I want you to realize that how often it's, we got women today who are so out of control, they really buck and talk like they can take it to the next level. That's why I laugh when I hear women talking all this. Shut the fuck up and this and that. I'm like, men don't talk like that to one another because the talking is over. Next is gonna be a scrap. And I'm gonna tell you ladies something. My generation is one of the last generations of men who are listening to us. A lot of y'all are talking, and y'all think it's funny, just like that woman talk about. If your man do this or that, beat his ass. Okay. You better check what happens when a hyena fucks with a lion. It's all fun and games. It's all fun and games until this happens. Then what happens? The same hyena, oh shit. I want you guys to understand this. This is the problem. Now, let's get to this. Look, the modern woman is in chaos because they know, like I know and you know, they wake up and they're dealing with stress and pressure to where most modern women's day is spent in anger and bitterness. They're like an exposed nerve, and all it takes is a little bit to set them off. And it is sad to see so many women who are supposed to be light and inspirational and muse-like and jovial and easy to be around and a joy. I listen to the men I know who met their wives in my group, and they will tell you, I'm going to interview this brother this week. Go talk about how he was raising his boys, and his boys are thorough, but how his fiance has brightened his life, his boys' life, and women have an ability to inspire men, but that's only feminine women.
What do Alma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with a variety of AI services, or even if they're an architecture firm looking to get more work done. It's all made possible with Fiverr freelancers. Join millions of business owners already growing their businesses with Fiverr.
Size matters. I'm traveling nonstop and my skin can't afford to dry out. So guess what I'm bringing with me everywhere? Neutrogena Collagen Bank Facial Moisturizer with SPF. It has micropeptides 2 times smaller than leading anti-aging peptides. So instead of just sitting there, they sink 10 surface layers deep. Stronger collagen, plumper skin, no matter where I go.
And modern women are masculine. Modern women are masculine. And masculine energy is aggressive. And you are feminine, you are females with your female emotions, with masculine energy, and that just makes you brittle and angry to where you're just ready to snap, to where something as simple as a conversation goes from here to, no, we didn't listen. It's like nothing remotely feminine. And this is why you start to see so many women who are trying to overcome their lack of femininity with feminine adornments. Look at how many masculine women wear long weaves, long braids, long fingernails, walk around with face beat like glamour shots. They are trying to put on the face of femininity. And I have a little theory. Look at the average modern woman's level of glamour and then deduct from her level of femininity. If she's higher up in glamour, the chances are she's much lower in femininity. Because truly feminine women tend to be more natural. They don't have to try to look like a woman. I want you to think of how many times you see women with this long weaves and long this and long that, and it's just excessive. I'm not saying extensions. I'm not saying, moderation. I'm talking about excessive. And then quick to snap, quick to go. It's like, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So, ladies, don't get mad that men are waking up and realizing that it is better to deal with no woman than a masculine woman. It is better to sit around and get some KY or some lotion and go pleasure yourself than deal with a masculine woman. Don't get mad that men are saying, I would rather master, I'd rather do nothing than deal with a masculine woman. Don't get mad that men are sitting back saying that. Don't get mad that men are, that's what the real issue is. My platform and platforms like mine are places where men can come and talk. And men are speaking up, and they're mad because so many men are not waking up. So many women are discovering that the men to the right and to the left of them, they've been woke all along. They just didn't know that what the men were thinking. Now they know what men are thinking. That's why women are so mad. Like, well, why do men do X, Y, and Z? Why do men rank women? Men have been ranking women before I came around. The movie 10 with Bo Derek, men instinctively rank things. We rank ourselves. And women, you don't want any criticism. We're going to rank you. We're going to rank you. And any man that sits around and says, you shouldn't be doing that motherfucker's a pander bear. He's pandering to you. Women, you got men pandering to you. Yeah, they shouldn't be ranking ladies, and they shouldn't be doing that. A lot of these men tend to be some of the most toxic, egregious motherfuckers themselves. I'm sitting there looking at these men talking and telling these women, yeah, they should be ranking, y'all cheating on women, beating women's ass like hotcakes. Got babies everywhere. Have horrible track record of women talking about what men should and should not be doing. Y'all want to measure track records? Men rank women. Women rank men. You rank men on their ability to protect, provide. You rank men in the bedroom. And the problem is, we're to the point now to where it's, you notice that it's not women who are winning in the rankings who are complaining. Women who rank high in femininity, rank high in beauty, rank high in inspirational ability, aren't complaining. It's the women who rank low and don't want to do nothing about it. They're like, man, I want to go back to 2018 when it was believe all this and such and so forth. It's 2022. I'm not your problem. I'm not, and it's only going to become more. And here's the real twist. Just like there are men, there are plenty of women out there saying, I'm tired of this shit too. I'm tired of the excessive masculinity in women. I'm tired of the butt shots and the BBLs and the foul talk and the over-sexualization of women. They're tired of it on Instagram too. You got so many women that say, I am tired of looking at women who every other picture, they're bent over their ass, their butt is out. I want this stuff to go away. Ask the average woman, ask the average Black woman in particular.
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals, and AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it, shape your visitor's experience down to the finest detail. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Personalize, customize, Wix.
There's just a little tab here. You can just pull on the tab, and this guy should come right out.
No harsh side effects like gas, bloating, cramping, or sudden urgency. Relax, free your gut to free your mood.
What is your Black feminine ideal? Start asking for examples to women. Just like when I asked that other woman, ask for an example and watch. There is no example. They can't tell you. So you want me to measure up to something that you can't even tell me what it is? And the thing is, gentlemen, you get to decide. You get to decide what is a 9 or a 10 or an 8 or a 6 to you. You get to determine what is too much weight for you. You get to decide if she has kids from another man, whether you don't want to deal with it. You get to choose every bit of that, and they can't take it from you. You are not a second-class citizen, Black man. You are the man. And it doesn't matter how much insults, how much little dick energy, how much they want to cuss and fuss and blah, blah, blah. It's just talk. It's talk. They can't do shit about it if you don't believe it. It's Chihuahua barking. Chihuahuas bark loudly because they can't do shit with their bites. Don't worry about Chihuahuas. Let them do what they do. Keep on moving. Because the only reason they're barking is because they're not getting what they want. And if you know what it is you want, take nothing instead of settling for masculine women. And just like I told that one woman, treat in the Black community, in case, treat Black men like you treat the white boss, that white institution, like the white man in your mind. You got to understand, and we have no more issues. Now don't go to work talking to your co-workers and things like that. Not coming down your, no. But see, in order for that to happen, they gotta have respect for you. And we know, sadly, respect is not something that's in long supply today with many modern women, and that's okay. Here's the thing, I don't want modern women to change. I don't want you to change. You can be what it is, be what you want to be Big Shirley or whoever you want to be, do all of that. All I'm asking for is the men to recognize who they are and then just act accordingly and say, you know what? You know, you don't want to be a wife or this or that, You don't want to be a stepful wife or something. Cool. I talk to many women who come on the platform and say, I don't want to be this, I don't want to be that. Like I told the dentist, hey, as long as you can take care of whatever you want to take, fine. But the biggest issue is women today who have more, they haven't solved the issue of why they can't marry men at or around their level. It's because men at or around their level want feminine women. Feminine, more reserved, and they're not going to accept anything less. And what men are doing today is like, I'm not going to say anything. They ain't gonna do nothing else. All right, we'll take one more. We take one more. I'll try to take one more. I got a few more minutes. I got a few more minutes. Like I said, overall smoke shows are intended to clear the air. And I will do a smoke show in Men's Week. But men, you're going to have to get on camera on Zoom. Somebody asked me about, there we go. And I honestly wish, I'm looking forward to the day where just like the men who I talked to, who had to level up and improve, I'm looking forward to the women decide to level up and improve.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
What's going on? Hold on. People snoring. Your first name?
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
I'm 30. My name is Joy.
Okay, Joy, what's your criticism or critique?
Is that what we're talking about? Because I just got in here. So is this what the conversation is about?
Criticism or critique tonight? Smoke show.
About myself or other?
Nope, what's my content?
About you?
Yeah, if you don't have a criticism or critique, this is
Okay. Well, when I first saw you, I think they were saying like you was downgrading females, but I'm not even gonna lie. I really genuinely like support you because I feel like a lot of women, not even just women, men too, like a lot of people don't like to hear the truth. And people used to babying them and telling them what they shouldn't hear. But he's telling you what y'all really should hear.
I appreciate it, but I gotta get to probably next Tuesday show will be better. But this is
Yeah. Add me back. I didn't know this was the one I just came
no
in.
problem.
So.
Look, I want a better outcome for the guys who want legacy and families. And the only way you do that is to get women who want to do something better. So this is an opportunity for women who want to be better to decide what they want to do. It's really what it is. And nobody trying to get you to change or conform or settle or none of that stuff. Ain't nobody ever trying to get y'all to do none of that. You back to me? No. Nobody trying to get none of y'all to settle or do any of this stuff. What we're trying to do is this year, I said it's about three things. This year is about three things: self-awareness, separation, and balance. And we're at the separation part. We got awareness going on. Now it's the separation. Things are separated. There are going to be levels, there are going to be groups. And then after that, there's going to be balance. Look, if you don't roll with it, if you don't like it, cool. Find your tribe. Find your tribe. But stop trying to change this tribe to that tribe. All right, folks, I got to get up out of here. Love y'all. I love y'all. We broadcast live from Miami tomorrow through next week with Godfather's out. Peace.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Today I'm going to replace the low beam in my 2017 Ram ProMaster. I'll show you what tools you need and how easy it is to do yourself. Alright, this is the only tools that you'll need to do the job. Some kind of plastic pry tool. These are easy to pick up at the auto store. Honestly, a plastic spatula would probably do the same job. A Phillips screwdriver. A 10mm socket. I've got an extender around here.